Hi everyone, welcome to the first seminar series that the Engineering Academy is putting on. For our first speaker of the week, we have Dr. Raghavan, who is a biomedical engineer that works at Texas A&M. We are so excited to have her speak, and make sure after her presentation we have a Q&A for you guys. So hold your questions to the end, and you can either ask your question in the chat box or turn your camera on and ask the question nicely and then turn your camera off so she's able to answer at the end. So without a further ado, let's have Dr. Raghavan speak.
Thank you, Janvi. So today I wanted to give you guys sort of, an insight into what biomedical engineering is and specifically what tissue engineering is. And we'll start by telling you a little bit more about who I am and what I do and the kind of research I do at A&M. So this is sort of my flight path, if you will, which is not letting me switch to the next slide. Let's see. Always fun when we have technical issues. Oh, there you go. So this is sort of my flight path for, my training. The heart is home. So I moved from Michigan to Wake Forest to do a PhD in biomedical engineering. And then I moved back to Michigan to do my postdoctoral fellowship in the University of Michigan. And then when I finished that, I moved to A&M, where I am a professor in biomedical engineering. And so I direct a lab that does research in stem cells and immune tissue engineering. And we'll talk about what all of these are during the talk. But some of the questions that we like to use engineering to answer are, things like, how do stem cells in your body talk to the immune system? And how does that work in the context of, say, cancer or regenerative medicine? Or how can we use engineering to build better cancer models or find better therapies for cancer and immunotherapies, which is all the buzzword right now? Or how we can use engineering tools to even just prevent cancer from spreading or help the body in regenerating after an injury. So what is tissue engineering and why is it important, right? So if you look at the green curve, that is the number of organ donors. I know the graph ends in 2013, but that trend has actually just stayed flat. And the red curve is the number of transplants that take place every year. And then the gray curve, which is increasing and trending upwards, is the waiting list of people that need organ transplants, that stay on waiting lists for years and years and decades, actually. So the idea of tissue engineering, when it first started, probably 2 decades ago, was, can we create organs in lab? Can we regenerate organs in lab? Can we use engineering approaches to build organs just like you would build a house? And so then you can use tissue engineering to sort of bridge the gap that you see between the green curve and the gray curve, right? So that's how it ideally started 20 years ago. But as it progressed, it started, people started calling it, instead of tissue engineering, regenerative medicine. So you're regenerating parts of the body and creating this sort of regenerative medicine solution. So what you would do typically is, somebody comes in with an injury, you would derive cells, which are your biological sort of building product, like bricks, if you will. You're taking these cells from a biopsy from the patient, and then you grow the cells in culture or in lab. You can't build an organ from one cell, right? So you have to expand the number of cells you have. So you're growing and you're building the number of cells you have, you're expanding them in culture, and then you would put them on some sort of scaffolding material that provides your 3D sort of architecture. So you would put cells on a scaffold of some sort, and then the cells will grow in 3-dimensional space and hopefully create something that looks like the tissue that you're trying to regenerate. And then you can sort of implant this back into a patient or into the body. So cells are really the building blocks of tissue engineering products, right? But how do you source cells? So typically, like I said, what people will do is go in with a little biopsy needle, and then they will take these cells out, and then they will grow them in lab. But if you're using tissue engineering sort of to replace an organ that is damaged, what if the organ is damaged? Where do you go for cells? So this is where stem cells really come into the picture. So stem cells are cells that are in some sort of primordial state. So they usually can proliferate, which means that they can make more of themselves or self-renew, and they can differentiate, meaning they can go from their primordial state to any kind of specialized cell in the body. So basically, your organs are all different specialized cells. So your liver has liver cells, nerves are nerve cells, your heart has cardiac cells called cardiomyocytes, and even within your blood, there's several different cell types. So originally, the most common progenitor for them is stem cells, and then you can isolate these stem cells and you can culture them. And they're typically undifferentiated, which means they're primordial. And then you can differentiate them, or you can sort of nudge them to go into specific kinds of cells. So you can get, theoretically, from an embryonic stem cell or the earliest progenitor cell, you can get any cell in the human body. But then as you go down from the embryonic stage to the progenitor stage, each organ will house its own set of stem cells. So basically, there's stem cells within your heart that will only specifically become heart cells within the heart, or stem cells within your skin that will only become skin cells, or even stem cells within your blood vessels, your bone marrow, or other muscle cells, the gut. So all of these will then become cells of that specific organ. And so these are called adult stem cells. So the notion of adult stem cells really came about because there's a lot of ethical sort of restrictions when you want to use embryonic stem cells, because you derive those from typically fertilized embryos. So people sort of shied away from doing embryonic stem cell research about 15 years ago, and then started looking into all these different adult stem cells that you can generate from any human being, adult human being, up to, I believe, the age restriction is about 65 to 70 years. But a little later in the talk, we'll talk about what happens if there's stem cells in cancer, which is sort of an interesting notion. We'll explore that a little bit later. But for now, you have adult stem cells. So then instead of taking cells from a biopsy, you can take adult stem cells, you can go proliferate them in culture, you can differentiate them to become the organ cell type that you need it to. You can provide it mechanical cues, you can provide it structural cues and chemical cues to differentiate them and put them into a 3D sort of environment, and then build your tissue and then your organ that way. So now you don't have an issue of where you're going to source your cells from if your organ is damaged. So this is sort of a brief introduction to what tissue engineering and stem cells might be. We're going to get into sort of nitty-gritties of research. So when I was in graduate school, the lab I was in was very interested in building the intestine. So the intestine has several different layers of muscle, and the muscle are all oriented in different angles. So there's the concentric muscle, which is in the red box that you see. This is the circular smooth muscle. Can everybody see my mouse? I don't know how you would answer that, but well, I'm assuming everybody sees my mouse. If you can't, somebody put it in chat that you can't see my mouse. But basically, this is the circular smooth muscle that's oriented concentrically, and this is the longitudinal smooth muscle that's oriented longitudinal to the length of the gut, or parallel to the length of the gut. So the orientation of these muscle layers is very, very important for function, because your gut is basically one giant hollow tube that is contracting and relaxing and pushing food down in one direction. So the coordinated sort of force generation from these muscle layers is very, very important. So when you think of it from an engineering point of view, you have to now create a scaffold that will allow you to generate these muscle layers with their orientation intact. So what we did in lab at that point was create these circular and tubular scaffolds. These scaffolds are made of biodegradable material called chitosan. And chitosan is most commonly present in shrimp exoskeleton, actually. And so they're biocompatible. And what we would do is seed circular smooth muscle cells around these scaffolds. Seed meaning you would inoculate them with them. And what happens at the end of 7 days is you find these beautiful ring-like structures. These structures are pure muscle. And if you look at the structure under a microscope, you'll see that the cells are aligned sort of concentrically and longitudinally the way you want them to be aligned. So this was our first sort of engineering success within the gut. And so we published this paper, and then somebody came and said, well, for the gut to actually function, you need nerves, which is true because the nerves are what coordinate the muscle function. So the nerves are arranged in the gut. So if you were to peel the layers of your intestine back like an onion, what you would find is the outermost layer. When you peel that back, there's a whole interconnected system of nerves. So these nerves are called plexuses, and they're organized in the structure. But the problem with tissue engineering nerves is if you take out an adult nerve from the body, it just dies. It doesn't like to grow outside the body, it doesn't like to grow or proliferate or even make more of itself. So at that point, our idea was, why not take adult neural stem cells from the gut? And so these plexuses, not only do they house adult mature nerves, but they house tiny neural stem cells within them. So we can isolate these stem cells and then we can culture them. So the red dots that you see here are sort of a projection of the stem cells. They arrange themselves. They're called rosettes because they look like roses, but the red dots are neural stem cells from the gut. And so the idea is to put these neural stem cells into sort of a 3D scaffold-based environment. And I have this is ECM-based microenvironments. ECM is extracellular matrix, which is the scaffold that sits around your cells in your body. So we can isolate the chemical factors in this ECM-based matrix and use that as a scaffold. So this is what it looks like when you make the scaffold. And then if you look at this under the microscope, when you put stem cells in it, they start differentiating and making these pretty little plexuses that you saw in the cartoon a slide ago. So this is what the scaffolds look like if you look at them under an electron microscope. So an electron microscope has a much higher resolution than a conventional optical microscope. So it's hitting it's hitting fibers in your scaffold at the nanometer level. So you're seeing things at the 10 power minus 9 scale, and this is what the scaffolds look like. So they're basically fibers with some kind of network orientation, and they're interconnected. So basically, what we're saying is if you put neural stem cells on these scaffolds, they actually then differentiate and become nerves. So these are microscopic pictures of two specific kinds of neurons that we're able to get from our stem cell scaffold differentiation scheme. So the red neurons are all nerves that mediate contraction. So it makes muscle contract. And the green neurons are all neurons that make your muscle relax. So basically for the gut to function and move, and for your nutrients to get absorbed and digested, you need it to contract and relax. So you need both these kinds of nerves to make your gut function. So we were able to show that with adult neural stem cells, we can use scaffolds and engineering approaches to differentiate the stem cells into these mature functioning neurons. So it's nice to always look at pretty pictures, but then when it comes to actual function, we had to look at force generation, right? So is the gut actually contracting and relaxing? Is it producing force and changes in luminal pressure? So these are real-time force graphs. So this is the gut, the piece of gut that's producing force. It's at baseline. And then if you somehow stimulate the nerves, which is in the shaded gray box, can the nerves contract or relax? So when you stimulate the nerves mediate this muscle to relax. So you see this drop in force, and then it goes back to baseline. And so this is an engineered tissue on the left, and this is the actual tissue that you would take out from a human being on the right. So you're able to see that with an engineered tissue, your nerve can mediate the same amount of function as you would a native tissue. So this was pretty exciting. So then we went on to ask if we can actually use this for a therapeutic application. And there's several different instances in the body where people are missing specific kinds of nerves in their digestive tract that cause conditions like achalasia or stenosis. So if regions of your gut couldn't relax at all, you would cause contraction, and then you would cause a blockade, and then you would need sort of surgical intervention to remove that block. So our idea was, can we show that we can use these tissue engineered constructs to supply new nerves? So this is what a plexus looks like under the microscope. This is a nerve plexus. And then what we did was we damaged this nerve plexus artificially. We created these gaps. So you see where the white arrows are pointing, this is a damage to the nerve plexus itself. And then what we used was our engineered tissues on top of this damaged tissue. And then we cultured them together in lab for 14 days. And what you see is it starts filling up again. So as it starts filling up, it means it's populating with new nerves, and then this starts functioning better again and reversing this injury per se. So this is pretty much all I have in terms of regenerative medicine. So using tissue engineering to regenerate an injured organ or an injured part of the body. So I told you before that we were going to talk a little bit about cancer. So if you think of cancer as an organ, so just like your organs are made of stem cells that then differentiate and become cells of that organ, what if this happened in cancer? What if you have stem cells in cancer that then differentiate and become the tumor? So this is actually a real thing. These are cancer stem cells. So what happens is when somebody comes in, gets diagnosed with cancer, they have this huge bulk tumor. And then they have this tiny, tiny population. So the population of cancer stem cells in a tumor is less than 0.1%. So they're very rare. And then, you know, your clinicians will hit this tumor with chemotherapy. And what will happen typically with chemotherapy is it treats all the bulk tumor cells. So all your bulk tumor cells go away, but then your cancer stem cells are still sitting there dormant, kind of quiescent, and just in that space. And eventually in 5 or 10 years, what will happen is they'll receive the right kind of nutritional support from your body. So they draw that nutritional support and then they reform the tumor. So tissue engineering and stem cells are great when it comes to regeneration, but when it comes to cancer, you now have to think of new engineering strategies to combat how this cancer comes back. So typically when you're here in clinic, what people will see is they come in, they get their tumors taken out surgically, or they get chemotherapy, they have great success, and then in 5 years, a tumor comes back, or in 10 years, the tumor recurs, it comes back in a different spot. It's because of these cancer stem cells that sit around very insidiously and hide in this metastatic spot. So here, how we use engineering is we have, we can create sort of using these stem cells, you can create these tumor models in lab, right? So the stem cells will remake the tumor. So if you can isolate these stem cells and make these mini tumors in lab, you now have the ability to study a patient's tumor outside their body in lab. So the possibilities are endless in terms of screening. So the other thing about cancer is every patient responds differently to chemotherapy. So this is one way to use engineering to study how a patient's cancer evolves outside the body. So this is a hanging dropper spheroid. This is a material made plate. It's made via injection molding. And so it has little holes where it holds a cancer stem cell potentially. And then in this drop, this cancer stem cell then renews and becomes this tumor mass. This is what it looks like. So basically you're able to make sort of a mini tumor of the patient outside the body in lab. So then theoretically you can make several of these mini tumors, and then you can just screen different drugs to see which drug works on which patient, or if drug 1 works better than drug 4. So the possibilities for drug screening are endless with these 3D sort of tumor tissues. These are what they look like under a very high resolution microscope. These are individual cells. The green cells are alive and the red cells are dead. you'd expect to have some amount of dead cells within these 3D structures because these are still in lab and outside the body. So the blue and green are cell nuclei, or their individual cells, and then the green is sort of the filamentous structure that's holding all the cells together within this 3D sphere. So these are 3D reconstructions of a spherical little tumor tissue, and they're only about 100 microns across, so they're very, very small. So we're able to make basically several different types of tumor tissues with this. So one of the things we wanted to show with the system was, can we isolate these cancer stem cells from patient tumors? And the study was done with 3 different women with ovarian cancer. When they came into clinic, they get a huge amount of their tumor removed. So then you subject it to this analysis called flow analysis, where you look at every single cell and then you identify if the cell is a stem cell or not a stem cell. So if it's a stem cell, it bins on this top right corner. And so you can see the percentage of these cells are really, really low. This makes up about 0.32% of all the tumor cells. Each dot is 1 cell. So then what we do is we take these tumor stem cells and then we grow them in these 3-dimensional spheroids. And when we compare what the spheroids look like in terms of the patient, so the spheroids are the blue bars and the patient samples are the black bars. So you find that your engineered tumor mimics the primary sample or your patient sample really well. So our ability to use engineering to really show that we can engineer and maintain this patient characteristic of this tumor outside the body is really important. So in the same way, when I said, you can use this to screen new drugs, these are 3 different patients, and their cancers were very different. Cisplatin is the chemotherapy drug most commonly used, and you find this patient was very responsive. So you see how this tumor shrinks to this size. And the second tumor, not so much, it shrunk to about 50% of its original size, but the third one stayed very resolutely at about 65 or 70%. And we had a collaborator at that point in pharmacy who was developing a new drug to treat ovarian cancer. So he said, hey, can you test this drug in your system? So we said, okay, why not take this drug? And then we tested it. Again, this first tumor was very responsive. The second patient, not so much. The third patient, not at all. And then we were able to do combinations of drugs to see if both of them killed the tumors together. And what we find is the first 2 patients were very responsive, and again, the third patient, not at all. So this is one example of how you could use engineering and tissue engineering specifically in cancer to sort of do a personalized medicine screen, right? So if possible, if you can do this at a high enough speed and with good enough accuracy, a patient could come into clinic and you can take a little biopsy of their tumor and you can create these microtissues in the body, and then you can look at, for example, how they respond to different chemotherapies, and then the clinician can then respond or can use the right therapeutic to treat the patient's tumor. So there's several sort of therapeutic opportunities for tissue engineering in cancer. So one is, things that people don't understand because they do a lot of work in mice or in other animal model systems, is there's no way of creating a human immune system. So you can use engineering to then understand how cancer evades the body's immune system, because now you can create this model entirely with human cells. You can screen chemotherapeutics and identify which treatment works best for each patient's tumor. And eventually, with enough sophistication, you can then start looking at the biology of things. So understand how the cancer recurs after 5 years or 10 years, so you can then find the right avenues to target and prevent this recurrence. So we briefly talked about using tissue engineering and biomedical engineering at large to do regenerative medicine, which is you're trying to create lab engineered organs and tissues to replace something that is injured or broken, or not really broken in the classical sense, but not functioning. And you can use tissue engineering in cancer to study how cancer screening can take place and how cancer evades the immune system and how cancer recurs. So I think that brings me to the end of the talk. So I'm happy to take any questions about, my path in research or anything that we talked about today.
So if you guys want to put your questions in the chat box or either turn on your camera and ask your question, anything is good.
I just realized that I can't see the chat box when I am screen sharing, by the way.
Okay. If you guys have your questions,
Let me see.
let me close this. So I have a question for you. What was the most interesting part of your graduate project that you just described to us? What was the most interesting part for you?
So I think the challenge of adding nerves to an engineering system. I was an engineer, so I built, I did instrumentation and electronics. And so when I first started graduate school, my project was in building sort of sensors that can read muscle and force. It wasn't really necessarily working with cells per se. So I think the challenge that I had was how do you add nerves? And so that's when I started discovering stem cells and adult stem cells, really. And even with stem cells, it's not the given that they will just differentiate into the cell type that you want it to. It typically will basically just do whatever it wants because it's the body. So identifying the right sort of engineering factors in the scaffolding. So in what we could structure and scaffold the stem cells with and have them differentiate into the nerves that you want them to differentiate into, I think was an interesting problem for me as an engineer, because I wanted everything to be, well, do step one and then it goes to step two and then step two gets completed and then it becomes step three. But apparently at the interface of biomedical engineering, it doesn't always happen that way. So it was fun to learn sort of the engineering aspects of it, but also work with unpredictable biological systems.
Okay, so I have another question for you from one of our students. She asks, what do you recommend studying in undergrad if she wants to be a bioengineer that focuses more on laser/robotic surgery or biomachine development?
So biomedical engineering is actually a good major for that because you can always specialize in bioinstrumentation. But if you're interested in actually building the machine parts, then perhaps consider mechanical engineering because you can learn all kinds of different things. And if you decide, robotics and robotic surgery is not your thing, you can always go and build jet planes. I mean, that's always fun. I would recommend going broader because then you gain more. I think you build more skills, you build a broader knowledge and skill set doing that. But bioengineering is great for that reason. It gives you an introduction to a lot of different things and gives you an insight into biology, which I didn't have as an undergrad. So as an undergrad, I did instrumentation and control systems, and this is the kind of research I ended up doing. But I'm really grateful and thankful for that choice because I think I was able to sort of understand engineering a lot better and teach myself the biology as I went through it. Does that make sense? Yes, no, maybe?
Okay, so I really like that response. And I have another question from another student.
Sure.
So they ask, where do you see biomedical engineering heading in the future?
Precision health, I think, is going to be a big thing. Everybody, it's the age of big data and so much information, right? So if your Apple Watch can track your heart rate constantly, it should be able to track your blood glucose constantly. So I think precision health is going to be where biomedical engineering is going to go, whether that's continuous glucose monitoring or personalized medicine. Nobody wants to come in and then get treated with drugs they know is not going to work. They want to know, hey, what's going to work based on my genetic makeup, or my parents' tumors, or what's the likelihood that I'm going to get cancer, what's the likelihood that I'm going to get diabetes, based on all this information that you have. So I think it's at the intersection of precision health and big data and bioinformatics.
Okay.
Somebody just sent me a question that says, how much medical education or knowledge did you get? So this is interesting. It's an interesting question because I went to a program where it was important for us to do clinical rotations. So I did clinical rotations in my BME program constantly, and it was really painful for a while as I was doing it, because it lets you shadow and follow surgeons or clinicians that you're interested in. But that means that you follow their really hard schedules, right? So they have really taxing schedules, and so we would follow. I've been inside the OR suite trying to learn what clamps they needed and why they needed a biomedical engineer to make better clamps for hernia repair, or whatever surgery we were watching. So I actually got a lot of immersive sort of medical experience from my BME major. And so that's something that you can ask when you're interviewing programs, especially if you're going to do it as a pre-med. It's definitely something that you would want to do anyway, but if you're interested in more engineering aspects of it, you should ask, because that is really your needs finding, right? It's what informs you for how you engineer things. So that's a good question, and it is very important. Okay, so there's lots more questions now. Hang on. Okay, I'm like trying to look from one screen to the other. So it says, so the stem cells from any organs can be used to culture cells to make more of these types of organs made from the lab, like you made the gut. Theoretically, yes. So it depends on the kind of stem cells you would isolate. So you can isolate something called embryonic or pluripotent stem cells, which means that they can make anything from skin to bone to heart to muscle. But then the way we isolate them is we isolate adult stem cells that are specific to the nerves. So there's a lot of different niches or environments in the body where there are adult stem cells. And so the closer you are to the mature organ or the mature cell type that you want to generate, yes, there's potentially several different sources of adult stem cells in the body. The bone marrow is one big example. You can take stem cells from the bone marrow and you can make the bone, you can make cartilage, you can make fat from it. So that's three big examples of what you can do with bone marrow stem cells. In the same way, you can take circulating stem cells from the blood and you can pretty much make any kind of blood cell from it. You can make platelets, you can make neutrophils, you can make macrophages, possibilities are sort of endless, but they're not as easy to isolate as I make them out to be. It took me a good frustrating year of my graduate program to learn to isolate specific neural stem cells. But it's all, with protocols right now and with improvements in engineering for these sorts of isolations, they're not as hard as they used to be. Okay, so here's another question. So it says, when creating tissues, do you need nerves from the patient, or can it just be from someone else? Okay, that's a good question, because now you don't want to implant somebody else's tissues in another patient, because now you have to worry about the same kind of organ matching that they would do. Or if you've ever heard of registries or bone marrow registries where they say, oh, you're a donor, you're a match, you're a fit, you still need to do that. if you're going to go from one human to another. But if you have a bank, which is the idea, if you have a bank of these stem cells, then you know that in this bank, you have them separated into the kind of subtype they would go, so they can go across donors pretty effectively.
So I have another question from a student. So
Yes.
she asks, how did you know you wanted to do this for a living? Is there anything you have to be good at to be a biomedical engineer?
I think the biggest thing might be interest. You just have to be interested, because without interest, you're not likely to be motivated. Personally, for me, I mean, my path was a little more convoluted. I started off in instrumentation and control systems, and I thought I was going to go into a big, like, chemical plant and do control engineering. That's what I originally thought I was going to do. But I had some personal motivations for how much things cost in medicine, to say, hey, maybe, engineering can fix some of that, which is how I got interested. I want to say I was maybe in my sophomore year when I got interested in biomedical engineering. But I think the biggest factor is interest. If you're interested in health and in anything health related and engineering, I think BME is a good way to go, because you can make a real difference with your engineering. And you can see, especially if you choose to go into industry, you can work on products that people use. For me, and why I wanted to stay in academia was because I was really interested in research, and I was interested in, I guess, in many ways, being my own intellectual boss and driving my research the way my interest sort of weird, which is cancer and the immune system. So how do stem cells stay so immune privileged was really my question when I started research, and I wanted to keep asking that question.
Okay. That's all the questions that have been sent to me. If you have any other that have been sent to you, or if anybody else has some questions that have just sparked, please put them in the chat. I'll give everybody about a minute. In the meantime, I wanted to provide a post activity for all of the participants today. So, okay, wait, I'll finish after you answer this question.
So why did I choose to teach at A&M? So faculty jobs are a little complicated. It's almost like dating, because you have to interview the organization, and your research interests have to fit with what their long-term research interests are. And so when you interview after a postdoc, you're basically going through you're talking to multiple people at the same time, and then you're trying to understand what their strategic sort of research growth is, and what, if your research agenda fits into their growth. So A&M was one of the institutions that valued sort of biomedical engineering and its growth and the future of biomedical engineering, rather than some institutions that sort of stuck to um, more conservative biomedical engineering. And so A&M is a great hub for engineering itself, and it has huge strengths in its historic engineering program. So I wanted to be in a place where there was a good rooted engineering strength, but also the strength of the Texas Medical Center, because nothing can beat the collaborations it has with Methodist or MD Anderson and Baylor. So I wanted to draw from something that was both biomedical and engineering, if you will, as cliched as that sounds. But so A&M has huge strengths in these partnerships. So I thought my research was going to fit perfectly within that framework.
Okay, awesome. Like I was saying before, I prepared a little post activity for you guys. It's totally optional. So if you would like to do it or not, there's an enrichment video kind of showing what exactly Dr. Raghavan talked about, showing the STEM culture lab and how they would actually do it in person. And then there's this virtual STEM culture lab that I provided that's a link that you actually do the lab yourself. So if you guys would like to check out those links, I'm putting it in the chat box. So if there's any other last minute struggling questions, please make sure to put them in the chat box. And I'll give you guys a few seconds to do that. Okay, if not, if you guys would please turn on your camera so we can get a screenshot of our day one virtual seminar series, that would be amazing. So if you can turn your cameras on, please do that. If not, then that's totally understandable. Let me check the link to the lab for a second. One second, everyone. I just figured out the link isn't working. Let me try to. So this new link that I just sent just outlines the lab. If you aren't able to access the first link, the next link will show you different steps that they actually do in the lab. Instead of getting to do it, it shows you what they do. So I'm gonna just take a screenshot so everybody can just make a funny face or whatever they want to do. All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Raghavan, for speaking to us. I hope everybody enjoyed the talk as much as I did. And we hope to see you tomorrow for day 2. Any last words, Dr. Raghavan?
Nope, just thank you for the opportunity to come talk to y'all. This was fun.
All right. I hope everybody has a great day, and we hope you join us for seminar day 2 tomorrow with Mr. Lopez on mechanical engineering. Bye, everyone. Okay, so hi, everyone. Welcome to seminar day 2. For our second speaker of the week, we have Mr. Eddie Martinez Lopez, who is a mechanical engineer that works at Ford Motor Company. We are so excited to have him speak, so without a further ado, go ahead.
Hey everybody, my name's Eddie. I'm a mechanical engineer. I work at Ford, as Navi has said. I work in energy management as a systems engineer. We basically help make decisions about fuel economy and driving performance, and basically all the ways in which energy gets spent in the vehicle. I'll cover more on that later, but without further ado, let me share my presentation. Can you guys see my screen yet?
Yes, we can see your screen now.
All right. All right, let's go. Okay. So mechanical engineering. This is the most broad discipline of the engineering field. What you study as a mechanical engineer will put you in a position to basically be kind of a jack of all trades type of an engineer. You learn a bunch of math and you have knowledge from all the different fields, and you put it all together and you'll have the ability to solve complex problems in an interdisciplinary manner. So because of the fact that you don't necessarily specialize in any specific field, you end up with an education that is very versatile. So your versatility enables you to work in a variety of industries, automotive, aerospace, civil, electrical and computer, biomedical, robotics, manufacturing. You can do a lot of different things with this degree. So if there's one thing I wanted to make clear about mechanical engineering as the major for when you go to university, it's that this is a great way to not limit your potential. If you already know that you want to be an aerospace engineer specifically and nothing else interests you, great, go ahead and get an aerospace engineering degree. But if you like planes, but you think maybe I want to do something else at some other time, or you don't want to limit yourself, and the same concept with electrical or anything else, it's great to just go for the mechanical engineering degree because you do not limit your potential. You have you can, the aerospace industry hires plenty of mechanical engineers, as do many other industries, which are, you might think of as being specified to their discipline. They hire MEs as well. So it's never a bad choice. For me specifically, when I was undergrad, my first engineering job was an internship repeating at the same company called a co-op with Gulfstream Aerospace in the aerospace industry. So even myself, I first worked in the aero industry with this, with the mechanical engineering major. What you learn in school, you learn math, physics, some chemistry, some other science, but physics is the main part of it. And then you get into your mechanics. That's like statics. That's the study of structures that don't move. Dynamics is the study of structures that do move, and structural analysis, where you can study the strength of materials and bending moments and other structural type of analyses. You have design classes where you learn about the manufacturing processes and machine design and some more of the designing side of things. Then you have your fluid sciences classes. So thermodynamics is basically the study of how heat and energy kind of work together, and how you can use that to solve problems in systems. Fluid mechanics is a study of how fluids, how their flow works, and a lot of things that fall out of that, like supersonic flow, and like aerodynamics is kind of a component of this, and water, hydraulic systems. And then you have heat and mass transfer, where you learn, it's basically a combination of fluid mechanics and thermodynamics together make heat. It's like building upon the foundation of these two to make its own field of science, which is heat and mass transfer. You also have electrical circuit classes, and then control systems, which are kind of a larger and more abstract concept than circuits specifically, but a lot of the concepts apply. And then technical electives. So you have opportunity usually to go into some other technical areas which are not designated by the program, but that you are interested in, but are technical, and you can learn about them. For myself, I studied computer science and I got a minor. So actually I was able to take my tech elective classes as computer science classes, and then took a few more of those to get to having a minor in computer science. By the way, you guys, if you guys have any questions, just make sure to let me know. Stop me. Feel free to stop me at any time. And I do have a tendency to talk kind of fast. Okay, so I'm going to start now narrowing down into getting closer to what I actually do and how it relates to mechanical engineering specific or engineering as a whole. So what I do is under the umbrella of what you would call systems engineering. So engineers have all different types of tasks and responsibilities. Many engineers, they work on a component or a part or a very specific little widget, and that's kind of their job and their responsibility. But then there's another type, which is where you work on entire systems, where you don't really know necessarily much about the individual details of the components or parts. Those are under the purview of another group of engineers, but you yourself are responsible for systems behavior. And how this tends to shake out is that the behavior of an overall system can has all of its own characteristics, which are sort of independent of how the individual components that make up that system operate. And so the behavior of the system is kind of its own beast in a lot of ways and requires a specific type of knowledge and skill set to work with. And it's a kind of it's at play at many levels, right? So there's systems engineers who work on, for example, the engine or a transmission, where that is itself a big system, and consisting of different components that all work together. However, that whole system is itself a sub component of the whole vehicle, and so the engine is itself kind of a component in a larger system. So we have this kind of many levels of systems engineering that are at play, especially in something complicated like automotive. Cars are pretty complicated, probably more complicated than spaceships, and or like orbital shuttles and stuff. So systems engineering is something that is really pretty well suited to mechanical engineers, electrical also, but especially in the complex systems like automotive, mechanical engineers kind of have a good tendency to be adept at this because of the interdisciplinary nature of our education, right? If you think about a battery electric vehicle, and the battery is, even the battery itself, it has its output is an electrical voltage or an electrical power output, but the insides are chemistry, and also is highly affected by heat and cooling. So you've got all these different domains of physics to work with, and you kind of have to know how the general physics and math can be applied to all these different disciplines, and have them work together. So I work in this field. I'm going to talk a little bit. A lot of my presentation centers around the use of models, because I think it's very important to explain that the importance of models in what engineers do and the work we do on the day-to-day basis. Models is just a tool that you use to estimate real world. They have all different types and levels, and we use them to estimate how the real world operates. Sometimes it's as simple as just an equation. Like if you think about a generic school textbook problem about a child, somebody throwing a ball at a certain angle, and you want to calculate how far away the ball is going to land. The equation of motion, that ball is a model. The real ball is subject to a lot more subtle physical things that are happening to it. Air resistance, is the ball spinning? And then you can even get as far as calculating and working into the calculation the rotation of the earth. You can make it, a lot of stuff is happening, but for a lot of what we do, we make it as simple as is possible, so, because it's impossible to find enough information to make a completely accurate and detailed model. So there's a great saying about models, which is that all models are wrong, but some are useful. And that's another reason why, as I've noted here, that you have to validate these models against real world data. You can have a model that says the answer is X, but it needs to have the trust of the people who are going to make decisions based off that model. So that's why we do a lot of testing, and we make sure that at every step that our models are representing what they're supposed to represent, and that we're able to tolerate the ways in which we are either unable to model certain aspects of the system or understand that our models are off and make adjustments accordingly. And we're going to dive a little deeper into that in some of the slides that come. Questions yet? Nope. Okay. So I'm going to go over a few types of models that engineers use. Not all of these apply directly to my job, but I just want to kind of flesh out the concept of models. This type of model I'm showing here is a CAD model, or computer aided drawing, or computer aided drafting model. So this is as I understand, some of you guys have taken Autodesk Inventor classes where you might actually have made some of these before. If so, congratulations, it's really good. Yeah, these are used by usually design engineers who are trying to design a part and make sure that it fits with the surrounding parts that are around it, and it is able to meet all the criteria of the design before you have an actual prototype in hand that you can actually verify in the real world. This serves as a way for engineers to all work together on something that doesn't exist at all in the real world yet. Another type of model is a CFD model, or computational fluid dynamics model. So this is these models are used to analyze the flow of fluids, or the flow of a body through a fluid medium. So picture a car or an airplane like you see here, traveling down the road or through the air, and an aerodynamic engineer may be using this model to figure out how much lift he's getting from the wings. One of the ways that these are used in my field are by aerodynamic engineers who want to figure out how much air resistance a car has at a certain speed. And they don't know, all they know is that they have the styling from the styling department. It gives them, a CAD model, and they turn it into a CFD model and try to figure out, as the air flows over this, how much is the air resisting the vehicle. Also, another way that's used is cooling. Engine, when it runs, it gets hot, and sometimes you don't want that, and you want to figure out how much cooling am I going to get from the air running through the vehicle. Yet another type of model is a FEA model, finite element analysis model. This type of model is used by for structural purposes. And I included this example because I think it's kind of easy to see how it might work using basic math building block principles. If you look at this little mesh, this grid that you see on this drawing of an airplane wing, it's full of these little squares. If you can imagine that each of these little squares has its own system of equations that balances its motion and how much it's bending, you would be able to write the system of equations that governs that of a single block. And then each block is next to 8 other ones, and so on and so forth, until you have the shape of the entire structure you're representing. And you can actually use that and simulate what it would be like if you applied a load. Let's say you applied some weight right here at the end of the wing. How would that affect all the other squares by having what ends up being a big system of equations, right? And you use computers to solve those equations, and you're able to figure out how much weight it can take, or make evaluation of how strong the wing would be under a certain situation. So now I'm going to get into my job more specifically. So I work in as a energy management engineer, it's a systems engineer, and we optimize the vehicle's energy usage between the driving performance, meaning how the driver, how much power the driver feels when they're behind the wheel. Like for example, one metric on that is the 0 to 60 time, and there are a bunch of other metrics we invent to characterize the feeling of driving power that the driver has. The fuel economy, or in the case of the new battery vehicles like Teslas, how much driving range you have, and all the other loads, like everything that is in the cockpit and all the electrical usage in the vehicle has to come from the battery. So we have to include that in our analysis of where the energy is going. Okay, so I develop and improve some CAE models. We use these CAE models to provide accurate estimates of how a change of the vehicle affects the performance and the energy efficiency. And we validate these models by testing the vehicles and comparing against the model. And the findings we use from that drive decisions on the vehicle, whether the design decisions or calibration decisions or decisions on what gear size to use in the axle, etc. And then finally, I've kind of gone through more general things that are done more in my department and sometimes by me, but not always. And this last one is more specific to my group, where we actually build software that processes the test data and the model inputs and allows makes it a lot easier to build vehicle models for simulation. Questions yet? Okay, so I'm gonna go through a couple of simple models of components of the vehicle that we kind of use, so that I can give you a sense of what our models look like, or how our models work and how we can use them to engineer better vehicles. So this is a very simple model of what an engine can do at steady state. If you look at this this dark red line is the torque. It's just basically you can picture this is just a table with certain points of RPM, that's how fast the engine crankshaft is spinning, and torque, how much torque is being made. The horsepower is just an outcome of this torque curve. And so this torque just represents an engine. We get a torque curve from our engine team. I don't ever know, I don't ever actually look at any physical engines. The engine team produces this, as they have their whole systems team and their engineers and these are usually tested. And what it represents, and it basically represents the operation of that engine, or the engine's capability, right, to make torque. Just the torque making capability of the engine. So that is one small building block here. This is vehicle road load. So if you picture a vehicle going down the street, the amount of force that the tires have to put onto the road to keep the vehicle moving at the same speed is called the vehicle road load. And so what we use is a very generic model, which supposes that that load is essentially a quadratic equation with respect to velocity. In other words, as velocity increases, you have a quadratic function of what the road load is for that vehicle. As it works out, so if you imagine this is a quadratic equation, the force is equal to A plus B times V plus C times V squared, where A, B, and C, those are the coefficients. Those vary from vehicle to vehicle, and that's what you use to represent the vehicle. The way it works out in reality is that the C term, which corresponds to how much the square of the velocity affects the road load, is mostly dominated by the aerodynamics. So, and on the other hand, the A term, the term that doesn't depend a lot on velocity, is mostly dominated by the tires. And the B is dominated by the friction inside of the driveline and transmission in general. Now, if you were to look at the actual road load in physical reality, it would not look perfectly smooth like this, right? It has all sorts of features and jumps and it, you know, and it would be impossible to have a clear picture of how that would shake out. However, this does pretty good. It does pretty, it basically is good enough for our purposes to estimate that this curve represents what we'll see on losses. So, and finally, I'm gonna cover the concept of a fuel map. Again, you know, this is another engine related model. And so this represents the fuel consumption of the vehicle at varying speeds and torques. So what I'm showing you is the plot, but it's really just like a big table of, you know, X and Y values versus the fuel flow at each X and Y, right? So it's an XYZ type of a plot, which we call a map when a plot has that type of a shape. And so the plot that's shown here is the difference between two engines. And it's a contour plot. So you'll see, if you can imagine that, you know, when the circles get really small, if you've ever seen a contour map of land surveyors where you can see mountains and valleys, this is exactly that type of plot. Only instead of mountains and valleys, you can imagine that the very high points are places where the B engine is better fuel economy, and the high points in green are where the A is better, and the boundary between them is where they're the same. It's just a tool. This plot is just a tool we use to visualize how fuel flow changes. So a part of my job has been to make adjustments to these fuel maps. We have to understand a little bit about the physics of let's say, for example, let me speak in terms of an example here. Recently, the EPA made changes to what the fuel is that is used for fuel economy certification testing. So different fuels behave in different ways, and what happens to certain fuels that, depending on the speed or load, consume at different levels. And so we need to know a little bit about that to make adjustments to these fuel maps and make sure that we can get the right answer based on different fuels that are being tested. So I've gone over a few different component models here, right? And they're very simple. They're not super complicated, right? It's not like the same as, you know, a CFD model where it's kind of very complex and not something you could, you know, write with a pencil and a paper. So having these models, I hope it's kind of apparent how we can use these as building blocks to understand a whole vehicle's fuel economy, right? And these are just a few, right? There's a lot more things that go into it. But in terms of my job, where we are trying to understand the fuel economy, and so when you test a vehicle for fuel economy, it's driving a specific trace. It's driving you know, the speed at which it's driving is already predetermined, and the driver is there, and they try to follow that speed. If you know the speed, you know how fast the engine's going. If you know the gear, right, etc., we're able to find on this map how much fuel consumption, because we know how heavy the vehicle's from the road load model. We'll know the speed because of how fast the vehicle's going, and so we'll know the fuel flow. So and then we'll be able to know if the vehicle can make a certain amount of torque, and if not, we know that it has to either change gears or it can't do it based off of this engine torque model. So with all these components, the reason I'm sharing them all, and the reason, you know, what I'm trying to get across is how you can build a systems level model out of component level models. And of course, the computer does all the actual math here, right? So our job is to use whatever, you know, our tools are, whether it's MATLAB or we use you know, C# programming or Python or whatever, using those skills to tell the computer how to do that math, right? Myself, since we build software, I do a lot of coding. and that ends up being a pretty big part of the job. So we develop these models, right? We use them to set up and run simulations. We test vehicles and analyze the data, research, do programming. I included problem solving here because this is a huge part of it in all of these above areas. You test a vehicle and you have your model simulation of what the vehicle should be doing, and they don't match up right. So you got to go and figure out why not. That's a giant part of the job, right? If it wasn't, we wouldn't have jobs. If everything always worked out the way it was simulated, the model would take our jobs away from us and we wouldn't be needed anymore, right? And then the last bit is just general office work that you would do in any desk job. Okay. So if you're good at math and physics, you like to solve problems. Oops, I keep running ahead here. You have curiosity is a big part. If you're adaptable and a quick learner, this is definitely a great career. That's really all I have. Oh, finally, if you are interested, I think I'm kind of preaching to the choir here from what Janavi just told me. You guys are already in an engineering academy, so you kind of already probably taking many steps in this direction. But if you really want to do this career and you want to get ahead, you can join any STEM-based extracurricular activities. Do Arduino project or Raspberry Pi or any other microcontroller. Learn to code. I cannot recommend this enough if you haven't already. This is something that a lot of engineers end up kind of, and a lot of people go into engineering thinking of a hands-on type of a job and not really getting interested in how you can get computers to do the work for you. And they're afraid of code. It's not good. Code is great. The MIT OpenCourseWare, Coursera, Udemy, they have great online courses I think you can take. There's also other ones that are paid, and YouTube, of course. And then once you get to college, oh, sorry, I didn't cover the robotics. If you guys have any access to a robotics club or after school activity, do it. That's great. That's excellent hands-on experience. You're going to be much better off for it. And yeah, once you get to college, they have these team competitions for designing, where you actually end up designing and building race cars. SAE has a bunch of them. There's a bunch more. Possibilities are endless. It's going to be up to you to explore what you can even get your hands dirty with. But the opportunities will be there, especially if you go to a good engineering school. And yeah, another thing I threw in here is using Excel, underrated tool for once. I think it's something that people, at least I didn't understand the value of until I got to college and beyond. But there's a whole lot you can do in Excel beneath the surface other than just, simple spreadsheets and stuff. And MATLAB. And yeah, the key is to never stop learning. You're never going to be done with your education as an engineer. New technology comes out, you got to keep learning. You got to learn how it works. You got to be able to adapt. It's not the type of career for someone who wants to, coast after your college education and just think you know everything you need to know. You never do. Never. And that is all I have in my presentation. So I really want to take the opportunity to open this up for questions because I did kind of go through sort of a lot. And I want to answer the questions that you guys have. That's mainly why I'm here. So without further ado, John Avi, can we open it up for questions?
Yes, if anybody wants to ask it out loud or just turn your camera on and look and say it, or you can put it in the chat. I think you have one in the chat right now.
Oh. Questions about systems engineering. I know that communication is especially important for that. So what have been some of the problems you have encountered during quarantine? And what did you and your team do to solve these issues? Oh, well, actually, our team really hasn't been all that affected. Our quarantine has actually gone really smoothly. We were already kind of set up in a way such that we're able to work remotely when we need to. Like we work in Michigan, it snows a lot, and a lot of times there's a big blizzard and we can't make it into the office because of the roads. So we actually bring our laptops home every day, our work laptops, and so when that happens, we just work from our home. We had the flexibility a lot of times to work remotely before the pandemic actually hit. That was we were actually set up in such a way that we were used to doing that when we needed to, anyways. I'm very fortunate to work in a field where that's very possible. So, now there are other people who need to actually be there, right? People who are actually doing the vehicle testing, etc. You can't do that remotely. So you have to take special precautions with that around your social distance, your sanitation, keeping everything clean, washing, and your mask wearing. But as far as communications, I haven't noticed any hitch from the pandemic. Honestly, I think that maybe that speaks to the technical literacy of our organization as it is. Some others might not have been as ready for it, but we were already pretty ready. So as far as I'm concerned, that wasn't really a big problem. But thanks for the question. What do you recommend to learn coding? That depends on your interests, I think. One great thing to do if you've never done anything remotely coding related, but you're interested in engineering, it sounds like you might be the type of person who's more motivated by actually seeing things work and seeing actual things in the real world manifest themselves. To which case, I definitely recommend doing a microcontroller project like Arduino, and I might have even had some links in this presentation. Let me go see if I can check. Sorry, real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen real quick and show you this. All right. Sorry, just one sec. I'm having some mouse problems. Okay. So what I'm at the Arduino Project Hub. So here they have just a great, all this repository of different projects you can do if you get one of these little Arduino microcontrollers. It's just a little computer about the size of a credit card, and and they'll have code there that's already kind of written to control the little widgets that can connect to it. And you can do all sorts of projects like this guy. Let's see what's on here. Ultrasonic sensor. An antenna rotator. They have so you buy these little attachments, and you have to do a little tiny bit of coding in that you can see the code that will be actually run by the little computer there, but you have to usually make some adjustments to calibrate your project to the real world. And then they have different varying levels of them for people who want to get more into the nuts and bolts. So it's a great way to get your foot in the door and then start climbing the stairs after that. It's a great just way in, and I think I might just leave it there. Hopefully that was able to answer your question of a good way to start. Hello? Am I still in the meeting?
Yeah, you're
Okay.
just, I think I was just your screen.
Okay, thanks. I'm trying to find a way back I'm just trying to find the questions again. Sorry.
If you could go down into the chat box.
Oh, here. Just gotta go find this chat. It seems to have disappeared on me.
If you want, I can announce the questions to you.
Yeah. How about you do that?
Okay. Is there any engineering job for designing the car itself? Somebody asked.
Yes. Well, I mean, not so broad as that. You can't say I want to design the car, period, because there's so much to it. Usually, I mean, you could say that I do that, right? So what specifically, can you ask that student to clarify what specifically they mean by design the car itself? Like the styling,
I'll
engine?
get them to put it in the chat.
Okay.
Otherwise, in the meantime, we have another question. She asks, what does your collab group consist of and how do you guys split the work?
Okay. Good question. So there's maybe 6, 7, 8 of us, more or less. And we uh we have if you've ever heard of GitHub is a source controls website. So it's, I guess if you guys are familiar with Slack, I think Slack has a lot of things that are very similar. We use something that's almost exactly like Slack uh, to track issues basically. And so we're a team, and whenever we need to make a new model that is able to calculate something, or we need to make some changes to our software, or we have users that use our software that uh, want a new feature, or they report a bug, we just make issues on them, and we assign them via that type of issue tracking software. Um, and so our collaborative group is some guys that are really specialized in heating and cooling, some guys that are specialized in driving metrics, like driving performance metrics, and I'm more of a fuel economy background person, and then other guys that are just pure programmers. And between all of our kind of different areas of expertise, but also shared skills and expertise, we are able to assign those to whoever is most in a position to effectively do the task.
Okay, so another question is, what coding languages do you specifically recommend learning in regards to system engineering?
For systems engineering, MATLAB and Simulink I think are really good, definitely. And if you go to school for engineering, you'll definitely learn that in college, right? MATLAB is kind of it's like kind of the programming language around that type of work, and then Simulink is just a way for you to set up your block diagrams that essentially just runs MATLAB code. It's basically like almost like an overlay of MATLAB that allows you to build MATLAB applications without writing as much code. That's a great one. Python is another good one because it's free, and it's not so much for, applicable in terms of building systems engineering models, but it'll help you a lot get the concepts down. The way programming works is that learning how programming works is the real challenge. And then once you know that and kind of have that sense, then the individual language that you go to is usually a lot easier. Like if the first programming language you learn will always be the hardest one. Once you know that, then those skills will almost always translate.
Okay, another student asks, how did you know you wanted to choose mechanical engineering?
Good question. When I was a freshman, I originally was planning on enrolling in aeronautical engineering or aerospace engineering, and I wanted to work on space stuff. I thought they were really cool. But after I went through some seminars, uh, I learned that actually mechanical is much more broad, but I could still do aerospace with the mechanical degree, which perfectly appealed to me. I chose aerospace, but I chose it. It wasn't like it was do or die. It was like, what's the best use for my interests? I guess aerospace is a great way to use it, but it's not like the only thing. It's not like it's the only thing I'm interested in. I love the science of it. I love the physics, and I love figuring stuff out. So it wasn't super important for me to work in a very specific industry or area as much as it was important to me that I get to actually be technical and work on the real problems and get to use it. So that's why I chose mechanical. I changed up my mind because I wanted to have more opportunities, and it worked out because now I work in automotive, and I like it much better than I liked my internship in aerospace.
Okay. So another student asked, what is the most interesting project you have done?
What's the most interesting project I have done? um, I could answer this a number of ways. Interesting is a very subjective concept, right? So what some people think is interesting, others don't. What I thought was the most interesting was an app I had to build that takes information from the EPA's databases, which was highly disorganized and a lot of information on it was wrong or and stuff, and I was information from other sources as well, and created an app that is able to simplify it all into a unifying database of vehicles with metrics calculated for each that are commonized across our many departments that all had their own ways of calculating things. And I guess that sounds really boring right now that I even say it out loud, but it was really interesting to me because I had to learn how to take abstract concepts of similarity and things that are things that we understand as humans but aren't easy to code. Like you take a database entry for a vehicle and it can say F-150, or it can say just F-150, or it can say Ford F-150, or it can say Ford F-150 crew cab 4x4 long bed, etc., right? And find ways to take that, many different ways of representing same or similar information and have them talk to each other and connect and turn it into a queryable and plottable database that is used interdepartmentally, and there's agreement and buy-in and there's politics, right? Because different departments have a stake in calculating things in a certain way, and there's disagreements about which equations to use, and yeah, you have to have I thought it was very interesting because it took communication skills and logical skills and ways of turning real complex and fuzzy things into objective and concrete things, and I thought that was interesting.
That's really cool. So that's all the questions that I've gotten and that are in the chat. If anybody else has any questions they would like to put in the chat, please do that now. We'll give you a few seconds to do that, and we'll wait on you.
Yeah, I can wait. Still got 15 more minutes, so take your time.
If nobody has any other questions, could you all please turn your webcams on so we can get a screenshot of seminar day 2? If you don't have a webcam, that's okay, but please try to turn it on if you do. Okay, I'm gonna take the screenshot in about 30 seconds, waiting for most people. Okay. All right. Any other last minute questions anybody has? If not, I think that should be all. So thank you so much, Mr. Eddie, for joining us today. And we love to have you. Your talk was very interesting, and I hope you inspired more people to become mechanical engineers.
Sure. All right.
All right.
Glad to
Bye.
have you guys. If you guys, feel free to reach out anytime you want.
Is located as well as Michigan Medicine. And then I'm originally from Chicago, Illinois. I also studied at the University of Michigan. So I got my bachelor's in material science and engineering, and then my master's in biomedical engineering with a concentration in biomaterials and regenerative medicine. I went to school with my younger sister, Emma. These are some of my friends in engineering. These are some of my girlfriends, best girlfriends from college. And then this is myself. I also did ovarian cancer research, tissue engineering research in undergrad. So my current role is research project engineer at Michigan Medicine. We also collaborate with the VA Ann Arbor healthcare system, and this is my lab group, and this is my boss, Dr. Pat Kay, on the left. And then lastly, I just wanted to put some interest on here again so that I seem like a real person to all of you. I love yoga and fitness. I like to travel. I did a study abroad program in undergrad. So if anybody is interested in things like that, feel free to ask about random stuff like that. That's totally cool too. I'm an avid podcaster, shout out NPR. And I care about food and environment activism. So love talking about that stuff. So Michigan Medicine. Michigan Medicine is a great, amazing place to work in my opinion, because not only does it focus on clinical care, so taking care of patients, but it also focuses on biomedical research and education. So you can see by the numbers here, we have 16,000 plus surgical cases a year. So obviously a major priority for us. But in addition, we are #1 in NIH funding, and we're publishing over 500 articles a year in many top journals. So not only is clinical care side of things important, taking care of the patients is a top priority at any hospital, but then it's really cool to work in a place that prioritizes research and advancing and innovation in biotechnologies as well. And then it also makes the work that I do seem much more relevant and important when the projects that I'm working on, I see come to fruition and I see the applications in real time. So the lab I work in is the ECLS lab, which is a department within the Department of Surgery. Michigan Medicine is a massive hospital, so many situations like this. The ECLS lab was founded because of the extracorporeal membrane oxygenation device, and that's a mouthful. We call it ECMO for short. Basically what it does is it takes over the work of the heart and lungs. When someone's in very critical condition, basically past the point of a ventilator not helping them anymore, a sick individual will go on this device and use it to reoxygenate the blood, basically function for the heart and lungs. And so some complications that can require ECMO are pneumonia, congenital heart defects, trauma, other severe infections like COVID-19. Many people are using ECMO technologies right now for that. So this here is Dr. Bob Bartlett. He is the director of my lab and considered the father of ECMO. He was one of the main inventors for this surgery, and I'm gonna have you listen to him for a second. Oh, or maybe not, hold on. The link is not working, so I'm gonna open up YouTube because I would like to share this with you. Okay. Switching screens. So.
We've focused on life-saving techniques for an acute organ failure. There's a technology called ECMO that allows you to keep people alive for a day or a week or a month.
ECMO stands for extra.
I'm sorry, hold on. Okay, let's try this again. Sorry.
Corporeal membrane.
We've focused on life-saving techniques for an acute organ failure. There's a technology called ECMO that allows you to keep people alive for a day or a week or a month.
ECMO stands for extracorporeal membrane oxygenation. So what we do is we put patients on that either need support where their lungs don't work or for cardiac support or a combination of the two.
I think of it as a second chance for maybe the heart to recover or the lungs to recover.
So what we really do is we buy those patients time to either get better or for the medical team to figure out if there's something that they can do to help them get better.
When I started out, there was no ICU. There were no people who took care of really sick patients.
I was a respiratory.
Okay. So as I said, did any of you see that video? Can someone, Genevieve, did you see any of that video?
I saw the beginning part, but I think it froze.
Totally pause the screen. I'm sorry. I'm not a good Zoom today.
But I still heard the sound.
Oh, okay.
So I think it was helpful.
Let's just skip it. It was just, you know, a little floof anyway. So, all right, you're back on Dr. Bartlett's face though.
Yes, we can see his face.
Okay, cool. All right, so like I said, he's the father of ECMO. So, and the director of our lab, he created this technology. And since that point, it's become very popular. It was actually first created to help with open heart surgeries and to keep the body alive while the surgery is happening, because during an open heart surgery, your heart isn't able to perform and function to reoxygenate or pump blood and oxygenate the blood with the lungs during those surgeries. So kind of a cool fun fact for that. So just a little plug on COVID-19 and ECMO. Currently, these are the statistics worldwide. And so I just thought it's important to share the impact that this technology and that this lab has created is working to help people right now with COVID-19. So another reason that, you know, this stuff is important. So some of the current projects that the ECLS lab is working on include the artificial placenta. This project is aimed at increasing survival rate in premature babies that are born while their lungs are still in the developmental stage. So, and overall, neonatal babies have obviously reduced or increased mortality rates. So therapies like this as an intervention is important. Artificial lung is the project that I currently work on, so I'll talk about that a little bit more throughout this presentation. Ex vivo organ perfusion, I think this one is really cool. So the goal is to keep an organ outside of the body alive. The main application for this is thinking like transplants. So someone that has a donor lung in, let's say, New York, and the recipient is in California, this perfusion system would keep the organ alive longer and increase the window of viability so that the organ could be transplanted into the person after many hours of time has passed. And then another project, extracorporeal circulation without anticoagulation, another mouthful, we have really long names of things, is just improving overall biocompatibility of some of the devices. So this is a cool area of research for biomaterials and coming up with coatings to decrease the blood clotting that happens in the devices when the user is on the equipment. So artificial lungs. The goal of this technology in general is to mimic the microenvironment, that's the word I'm going to use a lot, of the lungs. So the microenvironment of the lungs is what we consider in the alveolar sacs of the lungs, and this is where respiration occurs. So that's where all of the blood in your body is reoxygenated. It comes through the alveolar sacs, passes through tiny capillaries, and then the oxygen-rich environment in your lungs comes into contact with the oxygen-depleted blood cells, and it reoxygenates them, sends it back out to the body, so that all of your other cells and cellular processes can happen efficiently and properly, keeping the rest of your body alive, essentially. So to create an artificial lung, we want to recreate this microenvironment right here, these alveolar sacs. Those are the critical component. What's tricky about that is they're tiny. We're talking micron scale. So in order to improve the current ECMO technology, this means shrinking things down to the micron scale. So all of the interactions happen on the same scale that the microenvironment of the alveolar sacs are happening. As you can see in this image on the right here, I put this just so you can see how the blood cells themselves flow through capillaries in basically a single file fashion. So that's how tiny these capillaries are, and it allows the gas exchange to occur very rapidly across these membranes. So when you have a high CO2 blood cell come in, and then this high oxygen environment on the left over here come in contact with the blood cell, it's able to reoxygenate the blood just by passive diffusion as these two states reach equilibrium. So, excuse me, so these require, obviously there's no pumps or anything, so that would be the goal of the technology as well, to rely on passive diffusion to mechanically achieve this. Just to reiterate the point, blood cells are tiny, and we'll get into this, but if you look here compared to like a human hair or a silk of thread, we're talking about really small feature sizes. So if we wanted to create a device that was an artificial lung, we would have to create a device with feature sizes the size of hairs or smaller, the hairs on your head. And one of the ways that we plan to do this, or would like to do this, is through microfluidic technologies. And I have another video here that I would like you to watch. So I hope I don't mess this up. Let's see if I... Nope. Oh, here we go.
Microfluidics. What is it? How does it work? What is it used for today? Welcome to the microfluidics adventures of the Lutetium Project. Microfluidics is a science of flows at the microscopic scale, but it's also a mature technology that has already been applied to everyday objects, such as e-readers, inkjet printers, and lab-on-a-chip devices that can shrink a whole laboratory down to a few square inches. And microfluidics can be found everywhere in nature as well. Sap rising in trees, blood flowing in capillaries, and spiders spreading their webs. Question is, why do these systems alone give them interesting properties? To answer this, let's talk about scaling laws. A scaling law is a very broad way of describing the variation of a physical quantity as a function of the size of the system. You probably already know two simple scaling laws. The area...
Okay, we're not going to get into any of the math on this because that's not as fun as the rest of this. So the Lutetium Project has nothing to do with Michigan Medicine or my current project, but I just thought they did a good job of, kind of explaining the basic understanding of microfluidics if you are not familiar with microfluidic technologies. So what they do is basically study low volume fluid dynamics, the way that fluids are interacting, and then also the fabrication of these devices for the application. That's its own area of research. And that's kind of where I fall in, is the fabrication side of this microfluidic artificial lung device, which I'll get into in a second. So I wanted to just put a couple of more examples of microfluidics in here. A leaf is one great example of a microfluidic device found in nature. The veins are like pseudo channels or capillaries that transport a liquid with nutrients to different parts of the plant. Microelectronics are not technically microfluidics, but they do control the flow of electrons and electricity. So I think you could consider it that way. And they also are have been very important for the fabrication of microfluidics. So we use the same techniques that they do in microelectronics as well as in microfluidics. And I would say microelectronics came before microfluidics. So another good example. And then point of care diagnostic testing down here at the bottom. So if you think of like a pregnancy test or glucose monitors, the COVID-19 rapid test currently use this technology, and you basically have a small micro size or milliliter, smaller than that probably, size liquid. It will transport laterally down the device to be detected by antibodies as the example in here, but other fluorescent molecules, and then it will just fluoresce positive or negative. It gives some sort of feedback signal to tell you the results of the test. So this is like one of the most basic microfluidic devices, but I think probably one of the most familiar. Oops, wrong way. So all of that leads me to hopefully explain microfluidic artificial lungs properly. Microfluidic artificial lungs, again, as I was describing the alveolar sacs and the microenvironment of those lungs, that's what we're trying to capture here when we use a microfluidic device as an artificial lung. So you can see in this image here on the left, we have tiny blood channels that mimic those capillaries. And then we have channels on the other side of the device mimicking the sacs of air in your lung. And then the oxygen and carbon dioxide is able to be exchanged across a small membrane, facilitated again by passive diffusion. So there's no pumps or anything going on here. These interactions of just being in close enough quarters with each other, the oxygen and carbon dioxide are able to transport across the membranes passively. So some advantages of this using this technology for artificial lungs is that it improves overall gas efficiency. So as most things in biotechnology and the body performs the best. Like everything we're doing is trying to recapitulate or mimic or recapture what the body already does at its best. And so when we shrink down the technology and try to mimic the lungs, and that microenvironment, that's what we're doing. We're getting the best efficiency possible. So the smaller we can go, the better the efficiency. In addition to that, these microfluidics allows us to design different networks. So you can create blood networks that also match that of what you would find in the lung, and that would improve overall biocompatibility and reducing the immune response by improving the immune response. Because there are relevant shear stresses and forces on the blood cells that the patient would feel, and then not reduce an immune response. Sorry, that was confusing. So overall, microfluidics using this technology is advantageous for artificial lung applications. So here's just some more examples in the images, but I also want to point out some of the challenges. So scalability is one. The fabrication techniques for these artificial lungs are slow and require many manual steps. So when it comes to scaling up and downstream manufacturing, it is a challenge, and it's a hurdle that we have not gotten over yet in the microfluidic research niche. Device design is also limited to 2 dimensions. And so if you look at these devices here, you can see the designs. The overall device is 3-dimensional, yes, but the design itself is only in the 2D. And so that limits overall efficiency if we only have so much surface area to increase performance. This image here on the left is an artificial lung device that my lab group has made, and you can see again the small capillaries where the blood passes through, the membrane, and then the gas channel where the oxygen exchange is happening. But again, all of this is two-dimensional. This is the whole device, it's one layer. So if we had that third dimension to work with and design these devices, that would enhance efficiency tenfold. So the last challenge is materials. Performance versus manufacturability is usually a trade-off. The very best performing material is not necessarily manufacturable or scalable again. So all of these challenges in mind leads us to 3D printing. And this is where I am working in this space currently, is trying to 3D print the artificial lung devices. So some of the pros of this include building devices faster. As we know, 3D printing is a much quicker turnover and higher throughput. Processes can be automated, so we can have multiple devices being printed at once, multiple printers running multiple devices, so automation. 3D design capabilities, and we aren't just restricted to this 2D space. Now we can add on multiple layers of these channels and membranes to increase the overall device. So we don't have to have like a very large, big, flat device. We can stack these channels and increase overall efficiency by having more channels and more gas exchange occurring. And until probably the last decade, micron scale resolution wasn't a thing with 3D printing. 3D printing was looked at as like just prototyping, not end use devices, but that's changed. And then it's also compatible with many materials, which just gives us more options to explore. And 3D printing has many technologies. FDM, multi-jet, stereolithography, and the current 3D printing technology that we are using is stereolithography. So if you're unfamiliar with stereolithography, I think this video from Form Labs should be helpful.
The Form 1 Plus is a stereolithography 3D printer. Today, we're going to take a look at how it works and put it to the test against parts from an extrusion-based machine. Let's start by taking a closer look at the printer. When we open up the light-blocking cover, we can see a build platform inside. This metal plate is where the parts are made. Underneath the build platform is a resin tank. This clear window gives the ultraviolet laser a path to cure the resin. To start a print, we'll upload a file and fill up the resin tank to the indicator line. You can see the laser passing back and forth inside, hardening the liquid plastic. We'll take our printout and wash it in rubbing alcohol to get the excess resin off. The flower comes with supports on it, and we'll snip them off to finish the piece. Stereolithography is known for producing extreme detail with layers down to 4 times finer than a human hair. The Form 1 Plus lets us take advantage of a library of materials, so we made some other parts to show what these resins can do. A castable resin gives jewelers and engineers inexpensive use methods. This flexible resin is great for simulating different textures, and as we can see, this tough resin can really take a hit. Now let's compare how the Form 1 Plus parts stand up against a filament printer. The stereolithography part comes out nice and smooth, but we can see and feel the ridges on the cup printed with filament. When we break this sample piece, you can see that filament parts quickly snap along the layer lines. The SLA process creates a chemical bond, so our prints take much more force. Today, we took a look at how stereolithography printers work, the types of resins they
So that's SLA. So again, to the point, there are different 3D printing technologies, but the one that we are using is SLA, and it's basically because of the resolution. So if you look at these images here, surface finish feature resolution is much more defined in stereolithography than these two other methods. So if you're unfamiliar, fused deposition modeling is extrusion based. So I like to think of it as like icing a cake. You're squeezing out this melted polymer or plastic, and then as that cools off and solidifies, that's your first layer. Then the next layer is added, and layer by layer, the design is formed through that way. And you can see the resolution here is, it's obvious, it's accomplishing the resolution compared to these, but the features aren't as clean, and definitely not something you would want to put a patient's blood through. And then multi-jet printing is similar, same idea of extrusion based, but then it has a UV curing component, which has enhanced the resolution, or sorry, not enhanced the resolution, but enhanced the surface finish and the features, but it still doesn't compare to stereolithography when it comes to overall finish of the printed part. So that's why we're using SLA. And although there's obviously many pros with 3D printing, there's always a challenge. This is research. We wouldn't be working on it if it already existed. So when it comes to 3D printing a microfluidic artificial lung, the very best material is PDMS. PDMS is silicone, so just think silicone when I say PDMS. It has high gas exchange rates and is biocompatible. So those are two of the main reasons we want to use this material to create this technology. But currently on the market, PDMS 3D printable resins are not available, and not ones that achieve feature sizes down to the 10s, 20 micron range. So basically, my contribution to this project thus far has been making my own resin. So that's where my material science background has really come in heavy. Making and formulating my own 3D printable PDMS resin. Also can definitely talk about some of this work after the fact if you want, but it's like kind of heavy, boring chemistry, not as engineering-y, so it's not here for that reason. Oh, I forgot to mention, this is my 3D printer. My baby. I have two of them now, so that's exciting. And a Sega Max UV printer. So some of the work we've done so far is printing just test channels and structures to try to quantify and optimize the printer and resin, figuring out all the parameters, systematically modifying things to get to this point of resolution. So on the left here, you just have a CAD drawing, and then these are the 3D printed parts. So what we've accomplished so far are channels on the scale of 60 microns, and then membranes on the scale of 20 to 100 microns. And just to emphasize this a little bit further, the average dust mite, 250 to 300 microns. So these things are tiny. This is under a pretty high intensity microscope to look at all these images and see these features. So if you don't know what you're looking at here, this is the front of the device. These are the channels. Some of the membranes broke because they're very fragile, but this is the membrane, this is a channel. And then the channels extend into the back of the device. And see this port in between, and then this is the empty channel. And so next steps for this project is printing the physical device itself so that we can do testing and all of these other necessary components. The way this device itself would work, I feel like this probably makes no sense looking at this picture, but this is a halfway printed device. It's partially printed, where you have gas channels in one direction. So if you can see on the front of this device, all of these small little rectangles are actually channels. And then in between each of these channels are channels going the opposite direction along the flow of this, or in this direction. And then in between all these channels are tiny membranes separating the channels. So you would have blood flowing in one direction through the device, gas flowing in the opposite direction through the device. the gas comes in high in oxygen content, the blood comes in low in oxygen content, and leaves high in oxygen content as it interacts with this gas, and then the gas leaves low in oxygen content. So again, passive diffusion is happening in here to exchange carbon dioxide and oxygen to reoxygenate the blood, just as the ECMO device does. So if we get this device printed, functioning, working, passes all of our biocompatibility, mechanical testing, gas efficiency, or gas exchange tests, clinical trials, we have like 10, 20 years left of all this research. But if it got to that point, it would basically replace all of these components of the system. So right here is where the main gas exchange occurs in the blood, and all of these other components would go away. So you can see how important and how efficient this device is, that it removes all of these other components, and not only would it create a better experience for the patient and the user, but it would be more cost effective. We could make more of these devices to reach more people, because currently there's very high demand for ECMO devices, and most people aren't able to get on one if they need one. And yeah, so like I said, a lot of work to do. There's still about 10 to 20 years left in general for this technology to ever replace ECMO. ECMO is still state of the art and the best technology for artificial lung devices right now, but we're on our way to figuring it out. So thank you for your time and your attention. I just listed here just some other talking points if you don't care about artificial lungs at all, or microfluidics or biomedical engineering. I did study material science. I went to graduate school and got my master's. Not that you need to think about graduate school yet, you're too young, but if you're interested or have questions, speak to me on that. I work in research currently in academia, but I do have experience in industry. And then college planning, like I'm not that old yet, so I still remember college, and I think I could be helpful if there's anyone that's graduating soon or thinking about schools. So thank you again for your time, and I would love to take questions right now. This is my contact at the bottom of the screen. If you have other questions that aren't answered today, please shoot me an email. I would be very happy to speak with you. Thank you.
Awesome presentation, Ms. Fleck. I really enjoyed it. So starting off some questions, some students have sent them to me. So one of them is, how did you know you wanted to go into biomedical/material science and like engineering? How did you know you wanted to get into this field?
I didn't know. It was a trial and error process in college, but I did know going into university that I wanted to be involved in healthcare to some extent. I actually started at school thinking I was a chemical engineer. I was taking classes, not enjoying them, not doing well in them. And then I was simultaneously taking a materials course, one of the introductory courses, and I thought it was so cool. And so that's how I picked material science. Then when it came to being a biomedical engineer, I was getting to the point of graduation and realizing that a lot of opportunities for material science weren't necessarily in biotech. It's totally applicable, as you can see in this project right now. Like, there's space for us material science people, but I kind of did it to rebrand myself, but then I also was very interested in regenerative medicines and tissue engineering, so that gave me another opportunity to kind of advance that knowledge base, which I didn't get with material science. So it was a trial and error, made my way, but here I am.
That's awesome. So we have some questions in the chat box if you would like to answer those as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at that now. So first one I'm seeing is, what would a material engineer do as a whole if we wanted to do that? Your basic job as a materials engineer is to understand the way materials work at a molecular level, even atomic level, and then how does that dictate its overall properties? So this helps with, this is applicable in research, if you want to develop new materials, similarly to like what I'm doing currently, formulation work or developing different composites or hybrid alloys, things like that. And then there's also opportunities more downstream in the process in terms of manufacturing or quality, and making sure that materials are up to standards as they're coming off of production lines and testing. And honestly, you can work in any industry. So as a whole, it's hard to answer. What you do is you understand materials. But you are, like I said, I found myself in biotech, but a lot of people, or a lot of my friends from engineering ended up in automotive. So designing alloys and composites for vehicles. Obviously for a car, for example, you want a very strong, lightweight material. So some of the current materials that we're using, these metals are very heavy, but they could be, we can make higher performing materials that aren't as heavy and cost inefficient. And then also I would say, personally, where I envision a lot of materials engineering to go into is environmental and like climate change things. So like making things recyclable, I see being important down the road. We have obviously are hurting our planet with plastics, and creating more sustainable materials, I think is a really cool area of research. Not my background or my niche, but I do foresee it being very important and a cool place to explore. So what does a material engineer do as a whole? That's a hard question to answer, but hopefully this gives you a better idea. Does University of Michigan offer co-ops? So typically universities do not themselves offer co-ops. There are some universities that have programs where they really encourage you to take on co-ops, but the co-ops themselves, my understanding is that they are provided by the employer. So the University of Michigan does support that. And if you are interested in a co-op, then yes, the University of Michigan does support that. For people that are unfamiliar with co-op, a co-op is basically an extended internship where you would maybe take off a semester or two from college to work full-time in a role for XYZ company, and then you come back to school and pick up kind of where you left off. Some programs, I've heard of some universities that support both, where you would like be working full-time, but maybe you could take classes at night, things like that, or an online course, as we're seeing now. That's pretty easy to do, easier than we thought. Yeah, hopefully that answers that. If there's a follow-up question on that, feel free. And then, how did your study abroad differ from your normal studies? I would say it's enriching, more on the cultural side. So from your normal studies, I wouldn't say it's like very different. Luckily for engineering, our language is math. And so it's like, it translates well when you go to another university. But what I really took away from my study abroad experience was just like the cultural learning and experiences of going abroad. I think it's a really great way to like become independent and learn about yourself, and like a time for that like self-reflection of what's important to you. Seeing other places and how they use technology differently than us, I think that's a really cool opportunity as well that you get from going abroad. But from your normal studies, when you're at university, you're in a bubble. So you like all you see are other college kids your age, other educated people as well, and people that all speak English. So going abroad and experiencing all of these other things it's important, I think, and then you get to travel, which is cool. I think anyway. That's my spiel on that. You said the project you are working on right now will take 10 to 20 years. Will you stick with that same project until it finishes, or do you get another project? I will get another project. I say 10 to 20 years because when it comes to biotech, especially, there's so much governmental regulation. You have FDA approval to get through, and all of that is happening with clinical trials. You're testing first on, excuse me, I just lost my train of thought. Oh, you're testing first benchtop, doing the stuff that I'm doing, and then we're going into animal studies. So you do like maybe a rat or a rabbit model, and then we go up, there's another animal study on something like a pig or something more similar to a human physiology. And these are all years at a time. And then you go into human clinical trials, and then you go into all the FDA approval. And so that's kind of like where the backlog is. It's not necessarily like I'm going to be working on this device. Hopefully in the next couple of years, actually, I would have this functioning and working. So I would be working on another project, and I actually will be transitioning, since we're at this place now, onto a new project, so I can be kind of working on 2 things at once in the near future. But COVID happened, and so that's kind of slowed some stuff down. So I'm out of questions on here, so if I missed one, let me know, or please throw in some more. How large is your team you're currently working with? My team is, well, my actual team, you saw most of them in that last slide, that picture. So like 5 to 10 people. It depends how many undergrads come into our lab to help with research. But then the ECLS lab itself is anywhere from like 20 to 40 people. It just kind of numbers flow in and out. Again, we have students, and there's so many more projects in the overall group that we have way more people. But on my specific research team, usually no more than 10 of us at a time. Next question is, research at Michigan, your job. What type of other jobs would you have done with your abilities education? So research is my job, technically. My title is research project engineer. Very generic, but yeah, that's I go into lab every day. Not today, I stayed home and worked from home today, but I go into lab, do my benchtop work. I'm running the 3D printer, and yeah, reading papers, researching, essentially. What I would have done else otherwise, I think I probably would have ended up in research for industry, because I just really like this hands-on technical experience. I don't see myself in this role forever. Usually some people stay in research their whole lives, and then they just become the expert on that thing, and they're like the go-to person in the field, which is so cool. But I don't foresee myself being that person, and that usually requires like a lot more school than I'm doing. So I probably will end up in either industry eventually, working for a big company, big biotech company ideally, and then a managerial role, or maybe transition to some sort of like consulting role. There's opportunities for myself that could have been in manufacturing or quality control, but I shouldn't say I don't like it, because I haven't really experienced it, but like being like in a manufacturing plant in that type of environment isn't as exciting to me. It's really cool stuff what those engineers are doing, but like I said, I really like the benchtop research lab experience, and so that was the avenue I went. Another question, would you say that your job is more independent in, oh, sorry, it jumped. Would you say your job is more independent in a way than other industries like automotive or architectural engineering? I would say so. I mean, research is known, like it's collaborative in the sense that you share your publications, you put your stuff out there. It's not like I'm making this device for a profit. Like what I'm working on right now is to advance artificial lung technology. I mean, it would be great if I made money off this, but when it takes 20 years for a device to come back, like some biotech company will probably buy out this, and then I'll make no money off of it. So like in that sense, it's independent because we're doing this for like the sake of science. And then to compare it to other industries like automotive or architectural, I don't necessarily understand the question. Comparing it to them. She was like automotive or architectural.
Another student asked me, what does your work day usually look like?
Oh, my work day? I go into, let's just start from, I go into lab, I start running prints. Depending on how the week is going, I'm usually troubleshooting some problems. So I might be running an experiment on the side for like formulation work. Formulation work is basically like mixing components. So the current material that I'm using to 3D print with requires precise like amount of different materials added into the polymer. So I'm always like experimenting and fluctuating those amounts of component and then testing those to see how those go. I also spend a lot of time reading and writing because like I had mentioned a little earlier, the goal of research is to publish. Like we want to put this information out there for the next person to use and iterate off of and improve. So I'll spend time writing. I also just submitted with my boss my first patent application. So that was cool to be able to work on that, do the writing on that, work with the patent attorneys, yeah, I would say every day, basically my day-to-day, going into my lab, running a 3D printer. I have another question here. In early college, did you think that you would be in this work position? I have to say no. I don't think so. I didn't know exactly what research was, or like I didn't have exposure to it. So if you have an opportunity to maybe work in a research lab at a university near you, like during your junior year or senior year summer, I think that would be a cool opportunity. I think people should get exposure to it because you'll kind of know if it's like yes or no for you. It's not everybody's cup of tea. So I didn't see myself in this role, but mostly because I didn't really know what existed. I wouldn't say it was because of any other reason, truly. So I worked in a research lab though in undergrad, and then that's kind of what like kept me in the research area. And then I found this role when I was graduating college, and it seemed like a good fit, and then I'm still here. So another question, how did you know you wanted to go into biomedical engineering? I didn't know specifically. When I came into college, I said I thought I was going to be a chemical engineer. But I also I was interested in biomedical engineering. I had taken classes on it during my freshman year, but then I didn't pursue it because I felt like it was very broad. The way that the curriculum was developed at U of M, I didn't feel like I knew what I wanted to do. It just was kind of overwhelming. So I was like, I'm gonna go chemical engineering. That seems more like they know what they're doing and very structured. I'm a very structured person. But then as I went through all of it, and then I switched degrees or switched majors, and then I found myself in material science, and then I became like so interested in biomaterials that kind of led me back to biomedical engineering. What I wish I had known about biomedical engineering beforehand was just how applicable it is beyond biotech. I mean, when you go into biomedical engineering, there's mechanical, electrical, chemical, all these different concentrations. Now there's like a space for computer science. If you're into programming for biomedical, like biotech companies want you. So if you have an interest in biotech, but you're also a great programmer, something to consider. Yeah, it was trial and error, but I always knew I liked healthcare, and so that would like made it really obvious trajectory for me. Another question, is your research funded by the University of Michigan? If so, was there a process that you had to take to get the funding? We have funding from different resources. So the VA hospital is one, and then we have an NIH grant for funding my project, but I don't do any of that. That's the nice part about my job, I think, is that I'm not on the funding allocation side and like applying to grants and trying to get all that situated. That's what my boss does. So typically, the way a lab is structured is you have the principal investigator, they're called, and they're at the top, and they're the ones who've been in it for a while, they're experts in their field, they're the ones writing grants, getting the funding, allocating it, and saying like, these are the different projects I want to work on. And then you have usually a postdoc or a PhD student or someone with a higher education to run these said projects. I'm unique in the position that I'm actually running a project and I don't have a PhD. So a lot of times master's students don't like run projects like this, but my lab is small. So this opportunity was available and that's different. And then you have researchers and then you have usually like undergraduates. So it's kind of the hierarchy. So when it comes to funding, that's just, I don't even touch that area. So I wish I could speak to it a little bit more, but yeah. After this question, can we conclude and take a quick screenshot? Yes.
Okay, everyone. So thank you so much to Ms. Fleck for presenting. Your presentation was really interesting. So if you can please turn on your webcam so we can get a quick screenshot, that would be amazing. I'll give you guys a couple of seconds to do that. All right, just a couple more seconds. All right, I'm gonna take the screenshot now, so just make a face or something. One more. All right. Thank you everyone for coming, and thank you so much to Ms. Fleck for presenting, and we hope you all have an amazing day. So bye everyone.
Thank you for having me.
So hi everyone, welcome to seminar day 4. For our 4th speaker of the week, we have Mr. Terry Smith, who is an architectural engineer and has his own architectural firm. Remember, at the end, we have time for questions, so make sure to stay. And we are so excited to have him speak. So without further ado, go ahead.
Thank you, Janavi. Thank you very much. And good afternoon to everyone. Very excited to be here with you guys today and talk a little bit about the architectural profession and what I've been doing for the last 25 or so years of my life. I love what I do. I've always loved what I've done. And I wanted to do it even when I was in high school. So this is a great audience for me because it was around high school or 11th or 12th grade year that I decided I wanted to be an architect. So with that, I've got a little presentation here. This is actually a presentation that we use to present to potential clients, actually. So you'll see a lot in this presentation about work that we've done over the last 20 years that we've been in business. So just to tell you a little bit about me, I actually went to architecture school at Prairie View A&M University. And after graduation, I worked for a brief time for Harris County in the engineering department at Harris County. And then from there, I went on to work for a larger firm, private firm here in town, where I stayed for approximately about 10 years, actually. 8 of those I worked here in Houston, And then the last 2 years, I actually worked in Tampa, Florida. And then I moved back to Houston and ran the facilities department for a couple of years at Texas Southern University. And then while I was working at Texas Southern University, I actually started practicing architecture privately and began the beginnings of what ultimately became my own firm. But that was a slow progression, starting from doing work on the side and doing work at home and that kind of thing, all the way to having my own physical office. And then now 20 years later, we've got an office of about 12 staff. We're actually located in Stafford, Texas. And we do a lot of different types of projects. We design a lot of different types of facilities. So the presentation in front of you will tell you a little bit about that. Most of this I've already kind of gone over, but we do schools. In fact, one of our clients is Fort Bend ISD. And Stafford ISD is another one of our clients on this side of town. Houston School District and Spring School District and Aldine School District. So we do a lot of school work. We do a lot of college buildings on a lot of college campuses. And we do a lot of affordable housing. We design a lot of affordable housing, multifamily apartment housing. What you see on the screen is just some of the services that we provide. You guys may not know a lot about what this means, but we do more than one thing. This is just a timeline of all the projects we've done over the years. And I won't go through each one of those. That's actually our staff. Picture of our staff. Here's some of our clients that we work for. I talked about school districts and colleges. We also work for local government agencies such as City of Houston and Metro. And then we do a little bit of private work for real estate developers as well. Some projects that we've done a library, African American Library at the Gregory School, which is in 4th Ward near Midtown. We do a little bit of theater work. We've done a lot of historic restoration projects where we've actually restored old historic buildings. This is one of those. We do quite a bit of work for Metro, which is our local transit agency. And these are some renderings. We're currently doing a lot of work at the airport at George Bush International Airport. And these are some of those projects. And then I talked about schools. These are some school projects that we've done. We did a high school in South Houston, South Early College High School. This is an elementary school for Galena Park ISD that we did. We've done schoolwork all the way in Port Arthur, Texas. And I mentioned Aldine ISD previously. I mentioned some of the higher education work that we've done at Lone Star College. And these are some workforce training facilities that we've done for Lone Star College. Again, more higher education work at Houston Community College. This is some images of that. Still Houston Community College. Houston Community College, another workforce project in A-Leaf. Southeast Campus Workforce Building Renovation. This is actually on 45 South on the Southeast Campus. This is a welcome center that we did at Prairie View A&M University. Welcome Center building. We also do parking garages. This is a parking garage at Texas Southern University. This is another parking garage that we designed at TSU. We've done projects for Texas A&M University all the way up in College Station. Dormitories and student centers. Jaguar Suites is a student housing project So actually it says University of Texas. That should be University of Houston, Victoria campus. We actually did that. We worked on the new football stadium and athletic field house at Prairie View A&M. And we also at Prairie View did a student recreation center. Both of those projects we actually teamed with other firms. Architecture firms team a lot. Teaming is a very, very common in our profession. It brings firms with different skills that are maybe required for a project. So sometimes teaming is necessitated by the expertise that's needed to design the project. And sometimes teaming together comes together based on relationships that you have with each other or with the client. University of Houston football stadium, we actually teamed with another firm on that project. And then I talked a little bit earlier about affordable housing. We do a lot of affordable housing, low-income housing. This is actually one of those for a church organization. We did this project for recently homeless people. And then Phoenix Estates is also another affordable housing project for the Harris County Housing Authority. It's also their main office. We've got offices in Austin as well. We do work in Austin. I think I showed a little bit of that. And I went through that pretty fast. These are some awards in the architecture profession. We like to pat each other on the back, and we give each other awards a lot. We have a lot of design award agencies that issue design awards pretty much every year. And this is a list of some of the awards that we've won. So I went through that pretty fast. It gives you an idea about what we do. Of course, architecture is a vast profession that includes a lot of different building types. You have architects that specialize in hospitals. You have architects that specializes in restaurants. You have architects that only design homes. So you can pretty much divide architects up into a bunch of little sectors, very similar to lawyers or doctors, how you have different types of doctors and different types of lawyers. You also have different types of architects. So I don't want you to think that the projects that we do are projects that all architects do. That's certainly not true. Also, you have various different sizes of architects. You have large firms that span the globe, have offices around the globe. But most architecture firms are locally based, and most architecture firms are small businesses, similar to ours. And so you'll have architecture firms with one person, and you'll have architecture firms with thousands of people. And so it really spans from one extreme to the other. You also have architecture firms, or you also have architects that don't necessarily work for architectural firms. Architects can work for government agencies. For instance, a lot of my clients are architects themselves, and so you can embark on careers that also include managing projects, project management. You can work for hospitals. You can work for counties and cities in their building departments. You can also teach. There's a lot of architects that practice, and they also teach architecture in college. They're professors, so they do both. So, and then you have some architects that sell products. They actually work for building products, and they actually help sell building products. So a lot of different things you can do with an architectural degree. I know that you guys are in an engineering program. Engineers work with architects pretty much consistently. Every project requires engineers as well as architects. Every building requires structural engineers and civil engineers, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers. So pretty much every project has, every building project has an architect as well as a group of engineers that all work together to design the building. Typically, the architect is at the top of the totem pole, and then the engineers are consultants underneath that architect. And so that's typically the way buildings get designed by a group of professionals. And then obviously at some point a contractor comes on board to help get the project built. And at that point, the architect kind of oversees the contractor and visits the site, inspects the site, and observes the construction to make sure it's being built per the design. So that's a real quick overview of our firm and a quick overview of the profession. I'm very curious to answer some of you all's questions. I'm sure you all have some good ones. So I would say at this point, ask me anything you want about the architectural profession, and I'd be happy to elaborate and talk a little bit more about it in detail. Janavi, you want to unmute, or however you want to do to get some questions answered?
Great, thank you, Mr. Smith. John V is actually has something right now, so I'll be I'll be helping some of our students get those questions to you. So if you guys have any questions that you'd like to ask Mr. Smith, you can just send them to me, like you guys have been sending them to John V the past few days. So some of the questions that our students have asked: what was the process that you took to start a firm?
The process that I took was I actually, like I mentioned, I worked for a governmental agency first, and then I worked for a private firm. And then I worked again for a governmental agency. And during that second stint with a governmental agency, I actually started creating a logo, and I started marketing myself as having a business, even though I didn't necessarily have any work, and ultimately was able to. I was successful in getting some work in a school district in Florida, and I actually did that simultaneously while working for a governmental agency. Ultimately, I was able to get enough funding and enough work where I was able to leave my position at the governmental agency. And then I hung up my shingle full time, working for myself. That's a very common method that a lot of people use. They moonlight, for lack of a better way to say it, and they practice kind of on the side while they're working for someone else. And so moonlighting is very common in the architecture profession to get started.
I see. Someone else asked, what is the difference between architectural engineering and civil engineering when working on a project?
That's a very good question. In the old days, and I say old days, I'm speaking more, century or so ago, our architects were more of what we call master builders. And I just mentioned to you guys a minute ago that every building project comprises an architect and a team of engineers, because construction has gotten more complicated and complex, which requires more expertise. But back in the day, maybe a century or so ago, buildings were a little more simpler. And so architects handled a lot of the engineering as well. And so back in that time, the term architectural engineer was somewhat of a common term. because architects not only practice architecture, but they actually did some aspects of engineering as well, mostly structural engineering. Now, in modern times, the term architectural engineering is not used as much because now architecture is really the more common term, because most of the engineering is left to engineering consultants, one of which is a civil engineer. Civil engineering is engineering related to land, the design of land. So anything that has to do with the land itself, parking lots, paving, storm drainage, utilities, underground utilities, and things like that would fall under a civil engineer. And every time a building is built, we have to have a civil engineer because we're usually dealing with regrading the site, paving the site. We're dealing with stormwater runoff and things like that. So that, I think that should answer that question about civil engineering and architectural engineering.
I see. Somebody asked about sort of like the pandemic's effect on your work. So what does your day-to-day work schedule look like? I think that was more about previous or prior to the pandemic, and then how has it changed after the pandemic?
Another great question. Not much unlike most professions. We've gone pretty much virtual. We've not scheduled any in-person meetings. In terms of the workload, we've been lucky because we do a lot of government work, and in the government agencies, those projects pretty much need to continue. Buildings still need to get designed. So we've stayed busy, although we've stopped meeting people in person. I can't say that's the same for every firm. I think it depends on the firm's specialty and who the firm's clients are. I'm certainly there's some firms that have their workload has slowed down as a result of the pandemic. And then I'm sure there's other firms like ours that are still going forward. But we talk a lot about the new normal. We don't really know what the new normal is going to be. We're able to design buildings virtually and meet virtually. In fact, this morning, I was part of a virtual presentation, where we actually presented some design progress to the client using Microsoft Teams. But we use Zoom and we use GoToMeeting. So our architects probably not much unlike a lot of professions right now. A lot of people are working from home, and a lot of people are using virtual software to continue designing projects.
I see. So a lot of the architecture or the communications and things like that can still be brought virtually, from what I'm understanding.
That is correct. It's not as efficient because architecture is a very collaborative profession, and you have a lot of different people doing a lot of different things. So ideally, you want those people under the same roof at the same time, but everybody seems to be making it work. So at least for now.
I see. Okay, I think John V is gonna take over now.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. I had to take a quick
right.
call. But one student asked me, what is one of the obstacles you have faced during your projects?
Well, architects are called problem solvers. So we're constantly solving problems. The design of a building is a complex process, and there are always roadblocks in the way, whether it be scheduling issues or funding issues, issues with the design, issues on the site, coordinating different elements of the design. There's always some types of obstacles that have to be overcome. And that's why one of the nicknames for architects is problem solvers. And because pretty much the design process entails consistently solving problems and overcoming obstacles. In terms of the practice of architecture, It is a tough profession from a business development standpoint. It's very competitive. And so to sustain a architectural business long term takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of takes very thick skin, because there's a lot of architects out there looking for a smaller amount of work, and so you have to have a very high level of work ethic, a very high level of ambition, and you have to be confident in your abilities. So we're constantly dealing with obstacles in our profession.
Okay. Another student asked me, he says, I have seen some 3D previews of houses before they're actually built. Do you actually use those? And if yes, do you learn that along with your degree?
You do. In fact, one of the slides is my screen still up, Navi?
Yes.
Okay. Here, I'll show a rendering for the person that asked that question. Let's see. Oh, there's one. Well, both of these are renderings. Wait, that's a rendering. That's a rendering. That's a rendering. So to answer the question, yes. In college, if you decide to major in architecture, you will have an opportunity to learn 3D rendering. There's typically a class or two on that, although most of it is self-taught. You can get the basics of it in college, but certainly to become proficient in it, it's something that you have to do on your own time. And so, but it's not something you have to do to learn to do to be an architect. In fact, I couldn't do a rendering to save my life. So, but I do have people that work for me that do. And so it's not an essential talent, but it's one that's very marketable once you graduate from college. So most college graduates can do some level of rendering. Whether they continue rendering or not through their career, that's not always the case.
Okay. So another question is it a good idea to go into architectural engineering when you really despise physics and mathematics?
Well, I can tell you now, there'll be no physics in architecture, so you don't have to worry about that. Mathematics, to be honest with you, it's some, but not much. It depends on the type of career that you choose. If you choose to be an architect that gets very heavily involved in the technical side of building construction, and that kind of thing, then you will be doing more math. But there's plenty of architects that don't get involved very deeply in the technical aspects of a building. They may be just building designers, or they may focus on other aspects. They may focus on interior design. That's another popular component. So not all architects have to be proficient in math or physics. Definitely not physics, but math. You definitely need some basic fundamentals and to be a good architect in math.
Okay. Another question is, while making a building, is there one architect making the design of a building, or is there a team of architects making the design of a building?
Good question. Good question. So for that is really a result of the size and complexity of the building. For instance, houses are typically designed by one person. But hospitals, airports, there's always a team of architects that work on those projects. Sometimes that team can be as large as 15 to 20 people working together. So it really depends on the size of the project and the type of the project. You can have some small projects that are complex projects. For instance, a laboratory building or even a some type of research lab may require a team of experts and architects to do the building, but it depends on the size of the building.
Interesting. So, what type of architect needs to use a lot of math?
The type that gets heavily involved in what we call construction documents. Construction documents, you guys probably know them more as blueprints, although they're not really called blueprints anymore. But there's architects that focus strictly on construction documents and those drawings that you give to the contractor to build a building. Those architects need to be proficient in math because they're dealing with dimensions a lot. And so typically that's the career path that would require you to know a lot of math. But again, if you decide to go into interior design, don't necessarily need to know a lot of math. If you decide to focus on project management, you don't need to know a lot of math. So it just depends.
Okay. So, another student asks, can you walk us through the general design process?
The general design process. It's a good question. Let me see. I may even have a image I can support that with. Give me 1 second. All right, here we go. Let me see. All right. Can we see that? Architecture explained?
Yes.
All right, great. So these are the phases kind of every project takes. I mean, there are exceptions, but for the most part, pre-design is the phase where you would meet with a client and say, what do you want? Tell us what you want. Sometimes it's called programming, and you would literally go through the process of saying, hey, I want a classroom that's this big. I want a gymnasium that seats 500. And you'd figure all that out in the pre-design phase. Then you'd go to what we call schematic design phase. Schematic design phase is exactly what it is, what it says. You're doing you're doing concept designs. That's when you would maybe look at different design options, and everything would be concept based. And then once you decide on a concept, you go into design development. Design development is taking that approved concept and refining it to the point that you pretty much have it figured out. This is also the point where the consultants would get the engineering consultants would get heavier involved in the project to make sure the concept will work. And then I just talked about construction documents a minute ago. Once the last design phase is where you actually put those construction documents together. And again, you guys may know those as blueprints, but that's the heavy set of drawings that you typically would give a contractor. And then you'd have to get a building permit. And then you go through the process of finding a contractor to build a building. Architects typically assist the client in doing that. and then you have the construction phase. And like I said earlier, most architects are involved in the construction phase because they answer questions that the contractor might have. They observe the construction to make sure it meets the design, and they communicate back to the client that that design meets the design criteria. So those are kind of the phases of pretty much every project. But like I said, there's exceptions to that depending on the project.
Okay, very interesting. So, what do you find most rewarding about your career?
Most architects would answer this question the same way. Seeing something that you design getting built from scratch is a pretty fulfilling thing. Most buildings outlive people. And so there's buildings that we've designed that I'm sure will outlive me, and they will remain as testaments to our work. And so most architects get somewhat of a thrill out of that, because it is exciting to see something that you put on paper actually being constructed. It's somewhat of a spiritual thing. It kind of makes you kind of similar to a doctor that does plastic surgery or something like that. So I seem to agree with that. I mean, I get a lot of fulfillment out of that, but I also get fulfillment out of helping people and housing people and providing places for people to live, work, and play. And so you'll hear that quite often as well.
Yeah, I could definitely see how that's very fulfilling.
Mm-hmm.
So, how do architectures deal with failures and unsatisfied works?
Not very well. It depends on what kind of failure it is. Failure can mean a displeased client that is not pleased with the outcome of what you designed. Failure can also mean during construction something that you designed does not work. And so that's another thing that we could have to deal with. Failure could also mean not being able to gather the right expertise that you need to do a project. And that's typically when you start to team people together. So that's how you would resolve that issue. The first two items you don't want to have. I mean, if you want to prevent yourself from having issues during construction, and that's typically why we spend so much time during design testing theories and testing ideas to make sure that those ideas are actually buildable. And so typically we don't have to deal with that. And so that's probably the biggest thing that we always look for in terms of failure in architecture, is ensuring that the construction is done correctly. And we resolve that by making sure we stay attuned to what's going on the site. And there's some projects that we visit the site once a week. Some projects we visit the site twice a month. But we typically have to do that to make sure nothing goes wrong. And if it does, we work with the contractor to try to get it resolved.
Okay. So, what degrees do you have to get to go into architectural engineering?
Okay, so that's a good question. Most college architectural programs are 5 years. And at the end of that 5 years, you can actually graduate with a master's degree. There are some 4-year programs, but to become, and that's probably something I can talk about just very briefly. Very similar to lawyers and doctors, architects have to take a test, and if you want to be a licensed architect, you have to pass that test. Most buildings A licensed architect has to be involved. It's a law. Very similar to if you want to get an operation, typically you're going to be dealing with a doctor that's also licensed. So in order to get a license, you have to have an accredited degree. And most accredited degrees will require 5 years to gain. But again, there are some programs you can get in 4 years. You can graduate with a 4-year architectural degree, but those are not typically, most 4-year architecture degrees are for those who want to go into other fields of architecture like project management or even interior design and things like that, when you don't necessarily want to become a licensed architect.
Okay. So, let me see. How long is your average project?
Another good question. Well, I do commercial and institutional work. So most of the projects that we do are large schools, airports, and the design of those buildings can take a year or more. So those processes that I just showed you on the screen from pre-design all the way to construction documents can take a year or even a couple of years. And then the construction can take just as long, unless you're doing smaller projects like homes, but even homes can take up to a year to get built. So the average project from start to completion to occupancy can go anywhere from 2 to 4 years. So projects take a long time. Buildings take a long time to get built. And that's why they cost a lot of money to get built. So every project has a long lifespan. And you pretty much are married to the client for that amount of time.
Makes sense. So, for example, what are the steps to building a school?
The steps to building a school are very similar to the steps that I talked about on screen. Even a school would go through these same steps. We would meet with the school district and the principal and talk about how big does the school want to be, how many students do you want to serve, how many buses you have coming to the site, how many people do you want to park, how many people are going to eat in the cafeteria. And you got to answer all those questions before you can really start design. And then once you get all those questions answered is when you start the process that I talked about earlier. You go into schematic design, design development, and construction documents. So schools are not much unlike any other building. You would pretty much go through the same phases. You're just working with a unique group of people, which is common for any project. If you're designing a hospital, you're going to be working with hospital administrators and doctors. If you design a NFL stadium, you're going to be working with the NFL. And so it just depends on the type of project.
Okay. So, have you seen a trend towards environmental sustainability in this field?
Oh, excellent question. Sustainability is a large and very popular component of building design, especially now. And pretty much every project has a sustainability initiative. There is you all may have heard of LEED certification. LEED certification is huge in the building industry. Now you can design buildings that are LEED certified. And that LEED certification basically means that that building meets certain sustainable principles. And so you can also become a LEED certified professional. And that's another test that you can take to become a LEED certified professional. Basically, that means that you obtain basic knowledge regarding sustainability and how to apply those sustainability principles to building design. That's a good question because over the last 20 or 30 years, sustainability is a huge deal as we deal with a lot of the effects of that the Earth is dealing with now of global warming.
Interesting. That's really awesome. So those are all the questions that I've been sent as of now. If you have any more, please make sure to put them in the chat or send them to me or Mr. Smith. So I'll give you guys a few seconds to do that.
And I will say while we're waiting, Janavia, you may want to, I sent Janavia a video on YouTube. It's a very, very good video because it talks about all the different sectors of the profession that you can become a part of. And once you watch that video, you become aware of how broad the architecture profession really is. So I would encourage everyone to check that out.
I just put it in the chat, so after the presentation, make sure to check that out.
Excellent.
And you just got another question. What has been your favorite project so far?
Oh, wow. You know, architecture is a lot like music. It's music in still form though. And just like in music, you have a favorite song, it comes out, you listen to it, you enjoy it for a period of time. And then at some point another song comes out that you actually like, and you kind of transfer your energies to that new song. Architecture is a lot like that. When a building is built, you can go look at it and you can kind of be very proud of it. You can take photographs of it and document the process that you use to get the building built. But if eventually you move on to another project and you move on to another challenge. So that's a very difficult question to answer because every project becomes equally as important, and you tend to get to the point where you appreciate all of them actually. So that's kind of how this profession works.
That is definitely understandable. So another question is, what design styles or trends have you seen recently in new architecture?
That question has to be answered based on the project type. Because, for instance, homes, which I don't really design homes, but homes obviously over the years have gone through different styles. And depending on when the home was built, you can almost tell, well, depending on the style, you can almost tell when it was built. I do a lot of, I'll use affordable housing and multifamily apartments as an example. We typically design in the modern style. A lot of apartments, particularly in the urban areas, are built in a modern style now. But you'll find suburban apartments that are built more in a traditional, what we call a garden style. And so it really depends on the type of project. Some projects, the intent from the beginning is to hark back to a different period. And so you'll see some projects that are intentionally designed to evoke a period that has already passed. And so when you start a project, the palette is pretty clear. The canvas is blank. And so during that pre-design phase, that's when you talk about style, and you learn what style the client appreciates. There are some architects that stick to one style, and clients only hire them if they want that style. And so that leans to the artistic side of the profession, which is probably the fun side. And it's the side that a lot of people like that end up pursuing a career, different styles. And if you go to college and you major in architecture, you will actually study different styles, and you will become more familiar with what those different styles are.
That's very interesting. So do you like working by yourself or with a group of other architects? So what do you prefer in your stance?
Well, I don't really have a choice because of the types of projects that we do. It's all collaborative. Pretty much the only architects that can work by themselves are architects that kind of maybe design homes. Um, um, Home designers can work by themselves, but all of them don't. But it's a very collaborative profession. So working by yourself is pretty much impossible. And even if you decide to major in architecture in school, the projects that you work on in school, you will most likely work in teams, and you will be partnered with your classmates, and you will design projects in groups.
Okay, so as of now, that's all the questions I've gotten. Again, if you have any last minute questions, make sure to put them in the chat. I'll give you guys again a few more seconds to do that. And again, make sure to watch that video at the end of this presentation so you can get more of an idea of what Mr. Smith is trying to tell us. Okay, I think that's all. So if you guys can turn on your webcams and we can take a screenshot to share to our school, and we can put, so make sure to turn on your webcams. I'll give you guys a few seconds to do that. Could you turn off your screen share, Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'll give you guys a few more seconds to turn those cameras on. If you don't have one, no problem, but if you do, please try to turn them on. All right, so now just make a funny face or whatever.
I got some shy people.
Okay, one more. Okay, I think we actually have one more question. So have you ever doubted in college and wanted to be something else? Did you ever have any doubts about being an architectural engineer?
Yeah, I actually did. That was a stint toward the end of my collegiate career. I actually thought about going into law, and I was actually going to be a construction lawyer, but I decided not to do that. When I graduated, I got a job pretty quickly in the profession, and once I started making money, I gave that up.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Smith, for joining us today. I really enjoyed your presentation, and you were very helpful to all our participants who had a lot of questions. So thank you to everyone as well for participating and giving us your amazing questions. And I hope you all have an amazing day, and make sure to join us tomorrow for day 5 of our seminar series. All right, bye everyone.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and get started. So, hi everyone, welcome to seminar day 5. For our final speaker of the week, we have Mr. Kaushik Andra, who's a data scientist at Capital One. Remember, at the end, we have time for questions, so make sure to stay. And we are so excited to have him speak, so without further ado, go ahead.
All right, thanks, Johnny, for that introduction. Hi, everyone. I can't really see anyone, but that's okay. I'll just assume what you guys look like. There's a crowd actually listening. So yeah, let me get started. Let me share my screen and walk through this presentation. Okay, yeah. So today I want to talk to you guys about a little bit about what a data scientist is and sort of the agenda for today. First, I want to start off with maybe a little bit more about my personal background and kind of where I was before I became a data scientist. And after that, I'll get into, what exactly is a data scientist? What do they do? Where do they work? And then finally, I'll get more into the specifics of like, what does my actual career look like? And we can maybe go a little bit more into the details on what a typical day in the life looks like and sort of the future growth prospects. If you wanted to become a data scientist, how would we go about doing that? So yeah, first, so I graduated high school in 2010. So it feels a little strange to be talking to a bunch of high school kids, but I wanted to sort of give my own personal background. I went to high school in Illinois. It's called Hoffman Estates High School, home of the Hawks. And you can see, it's a northwest suburb of Chicago. I spent most of my life growing up in Chicago suburbs. And you can see, in high school, there's a picture of me in the middle, preparing for a math team meet. And I was also involved in volleyball and chess. And so, I had a very, kind of typical like high school life. I had my extracurriculars, I enjoyed some school subjects, but didn't really know what I wanted to do out of high school. And I knew I was good at math, and I wanted to be in a career that utilized my skill in math. And so after high school, I initially went to college at the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign, which is kind of like our version of, I guess, UT Austin, for those of you in Texas. And while I was in college, actually, I was sort of trying to decide between engineering and business. And originally, I was actually a business major, because I thought I wanted to work in finance. But after a couple of years in college, and you'll find it's actually kind of common for a lot of people to change majors in college. This is kind of what I did. Halfway through college, I realized I wanted to be in a career and that involved more math and computer science. And so I started taking classes in that in my junior year. And then I graduated college and I got a job at a consulting firm as like a data analyst. But basically, after a couple of years of working as like a data analyst and a consultant, I went back and got a master's degree from the University of Chicago in computer science. And after getting that master's degree, that was what allowed me to sort of make that transition into becoming a data scientist. And so now currently, I think in my present day, like John mentioned, I work at Capital One as a data scientist, and I just last year I also got married. So now, me and my wife, we both live and work in Chicago. So now let's get into what exactly is a data scientist. So I'm going to give you sort of the typical Wikipedia definition of data scientist as a starting point, and then I can kind of get into more of the specifics around what I do. So the way Wikipedia defines data scientists are big data wranglers. So we gather and analyze large sets of structured and unstructured data. And a data scientist's role combines computer science, statistics, and mathematics. And so I feel like there's a lot of confusion around the term data scientist. So I think a lot of times you can see in this meme on the right that there's a lot of confusion on what we do. I think normally when you hear the term data scientist, you probably think someone that either analyzes data, tries to make predictions, and that's generally true. Like at the base level, all a data scientist is that they're trying to extract knowledge and insights from data in order to be able to provide recommendations on what kind of things companies and other organizations can do. And so if we get into the next thing, so the common question is, what's the difference between a data analyst and a data scientist? And I think the main difference among these two different roles is in the kinds of questions that they answer. So for example, a data analyst is typically someone who kind of falls into this first row of what they call descriptive analytics. So descriptive analytics just is basically looking at the past and answering questions about things that have already happened. So let's say you have a data set about, the population of the US. So a data analyst, you would ask a data analyst, hey, what percentage of the US population live in urban areas or rural areas? And so they'll answer questions like that, and they'll typically sort of produce charts to be able to sort of visualize what has already happened. Whereas a data scientist kind of gets more into the second column here, predictive analytics. And a data scientist also has to sometimes do some of this more descriptive analytics questions. That's sort of like the fundamental base layer of any analysis. You want to sort of understand what's already happened. But what a data scientist does typically after that is now that you have an understanding of what has already happened in the past, you're trying to use different statistical and computer science tools to be able to sort of predict, what could happen. And so, yeah, that's why a data scientist has sort of a heavy training in statistics and computer science and simulations. And because no one can exactly predict the future perfectly. And so that's why you're always trying to create probabilistic outcomes. And then finally, the last row, prescriptive analytics, data scientists usually also delve into this line of work as well, whereas data analysts, they may not get into this. So prescriptive analytics is, let's say you have a pretty good idea on, what the future might look like, or you have a pretty good model that can predict something. So now what exactly do you do with that? And so, these kinds of things, revolve around optimization models, and because just knowing or having a good idea of what might happen in the future, it's not always clear, what is the best decision to take once you have that prediction in the future. So yeah, that kind of gets into the differences between what a data analyst is and versus what a data scientist is. So the other confusing thing about this is that data scientist as a term is a relatively sort of new job title. So if you look at this graph, basically when I was in college, that's when data science as a term really took off. So if you look around 2010, that's when you sort of see that this is just Google search trends for the terms. And so before data science was a term, the most common word for this kind of line of work was statistician or quantitative analyst, as someone who tries to gather insights from data and try to make educated predictions about the future. And the reason why the term data scientist started becoming more popular as opposed to statistician was because they realized that statisticians, while they have a great understanding of statistics, they often didn't have a great understanding of computer science and domain knowledge. And so that's why this term was created. So a data scientist is someone who's not only is good at statistics, but can also has the skill to be able to program a computer really well and deal with bigger and bigger data sets in an efficient way, primarily through having a better knowledge of programming. And so that's why that term was created. So there's basically two different types of data scientists now who kind of work at companies. And so the first type of data scientist I'll just call type A, and A is just basically for analysis. And then the type B kind of data scientist, and I just put B as short for building. And so I know a lot of you are in an engineering academy. So you guys may be more interested in the type of data scientist who sort of the type B data scientist who are actually more involved in like building products. So I'll get into some examples of how that would work. So yeah, the basic point I wanted to make was that data scientists, I work at Capital One, which is a bank, but they're employed in a wide variety of different industries. So, one industry being healthcare. So this is, I wanted to illustrate how data scientists are used in the battle against COVID-19. So, you guys have probably been watching the news over the past 4 to 5 months of, the projections and, how long is this disease going to last, and, how many new cases are there per day. So, so epidemiologists are basically like one type of data scientist that, they combine their domain knowledge in biology with an understanding of statistics to be able to sort of forecast, how is this disease going to spread? And so obviously, this is a very critical thing that, so this kind of data scientist would fall under sort of that type A data science, because they're analyzing data about the disease, and they're trying to sort of make a prediction in order to sort of inform, politicians or, your school leaders on, when is it safe to open? How can we project out how many cases and deaths may come about in the next couple of weeks? And so these projections are crucial in order for a lot of policy decisions. And so another way that data scientists are being used against the fight against COVID-19 is that there's been a lot of scientific papers published ever since March about how do we sequence the genome of COVID-19, all these different therapeutic trials. There's been over like millions of research papers. And so data scientists, oftentimes we don't just work with numerical data. You can think of anything as being data. You can think of like texts on Word, or like videos or audio. All of that can be processed. So a lot of data scientists are using sort of advanced artificial intelligence tools to be able to scan through all of this text and all of these different research papers published around the world to help sort of identify what are the common ways that we can treat COVID-19, and sort of how can we predict future ways that might work that might work. So yeah, outside of healthcare, data scientists are also employed in a lot of sports organizations. So, me being sort of the analytics nerd, I love when data is used in sports. And so, yeah, that's why I've been a big fan of the Houston Rockets. They were one of the earliest teams in the NBA to kind of use more of a data-driven approach to sort of design the team and sort of evaluate players. So sort of historically, GMs and other NBA owners, they looked at simple statistics like, points and rebounds and assists. But now through their use of employing data scientists, they can create a lot more advanced statistics and sort of better predict, what kind of lineups to use to be able to sort of achieve a certain outcome. And basketball wasn't actually even the first sport that did this. For those of you who are familiar with the term Moneyball, so that was a story of the Oakland Athletics and baseball, and how they used advanced analytics to quantify the value of players. I think once baseball started shifting more to use advanced analytics, they valued things such as, how many walks can a player get, or on base percentage, as opposed to more normal statistics, as opposed to normal statistics like home runs hit or RBIs. They found a way to use statistics to make better informed decisions. And now soccer is also the next sport trying to embrace more of this analytics movement. And so initially, this kind of goes back into why I initially majored in finance. Trading stocks is probably the most common use of employing data scientists, or they're also called quants in the financial world. And so quantitative researchers, they're trying to study and model historical patterns of different stocks and other kinds of financial instruments to be able to sort of, make predictions on what the prices may be in the future in order to, make certain trades. So that's why finance is a very big industry that is trying to always get like the fastest edge by using, the latest statistical and mathematical techniques to be able to make a profit. And so far, all of these data scientists I've talked about, these are all type A data scientists. And when I say type A, is that, they're not really building a product, really. They're sort of just using data and analyzing it in a way so that it enables a better decision. But so the type B data scientists, and this kind of gets more into what you may do if you wanted to, major in engineering or computer science, but still be involved in a data role. When companies like Amazon, build their Amazon Alexa product, that requires a team of not only software engineers, but also data scientists, or they're sometimes also called machine learning engineers. And so you can't build a product like Amazon Alexa if you don't have models that can sort of accurately detect what is a person saying, what is the best response to when you ask your Alexa, like what a complicated question. That model, that there needs to be a lot of sophisticated machine learning models that can sort of parse the meaning behind your question and then come up with an appropriate response. And that requires sort of a heavy knowledge of statistics as well as computer science. So I think there's a shift now in the industry. Like traditionally, data scientists were more of the type A, and there's still plenty of those kind of jobs out there where you're sort of analyzing data and sort of making a presentation and then sort of trying to influence decision makers. But now there's also a lot more of the type B data scientists, because we're trying to build more and more quote unquote smart products. And in order for a product to be smart, it sort of has to be able to reason about situations where it hasn't encountered, or use models in a particular way to be quote unquote smart. So basically all products now these days, they're being embedded with software, but software typically only has very like basic like if then rules. But once you have a better understanding of statistics, you can make more probabilistic rules that can perform better in multiple different situations that you didn't normally account for. So now, how does someone become a data scientist? So I have this path because there really isn't one standard path that you can take. So if you look at the chart on the right, and you look at this this Venn diagram, this is I think it's a really good Venn diagram because it really talks about all the different skills needed to become a data scientist. and why I think it's such a very like intellectually very interesting field that has a lot of challenges. It's sort of this, so if you look at this top left circle, it's like hacking skills. And that's kind of where I would put all of your the computer science knowledge, because nowadays it's not enough just to know the math and statistics. You got to be able to actually put that knowledge and program it into a computer to be able to act on that. So obviously you'll need the other circle. You'll need a solid understanding of math and statistics. And then the bottom area is it's called substantive expertise or domain knowledge. And so this is talking about, how exactly are you going to apply, what field are you going to apply this knowledge to? So we talked about, how data scientists were used in, biology or healthcare, or sports, or in finance. And so that's where that domain knowledge actually comes in. So you can choose to apply this knowledge in any kind of domain, whatever domain you find interesting. But ultimately, it's sort of the intersection of all of these three areas. That is what makes a really good data scientist. And so a typical background, I would say, is, so you can see on the chart, most people who are data scientists will have at least like a bachelor's degree, and quite often now most people have also a master's or a PhD, depending on what level of data scientist you want to become. And I think at the bottom is another sort of witty way to describe what a data scientist is. A data scientist is someone who is better at statistics than any software engineer, and better at software engineering than any statistician. I think that sort of really describes the essence of it really well. So yeah, like I said, the typical path for an undergrad, if someone was interested in this, I would recommend either studying a mix of computer science or math and statistics. I kind of did that with a mix of finance classes. And so typically what happens is that you want to build a broad base of technical skills first in your undergrad, which is why this is kind of what I would recommend. And then your domain expertise, you will get that as you, once you graduate and you start working in a job, then you'll start to get a much better idea of which domains that you actually find interesting, whether it's finance or sports, healthcare, like entertainment. There's a lot of different industries that you can apply it in, which is why I know a lot of universities now are sort of offering more of these CS plus X programs, where like you have that broad technical base of computer science, and then plus X. So that X could be statistics or some other just field that you're interested in. And I think that would be a good sort of stepping stone. And then, so now you'll find that if you want to work at some of the bigger tech companies, like for example, if you wanted to work on the Amazon Alexa product, that would typically require a master's or PhD in like some specific area of computer science that's heavily focused on artificial intelligence. And also the term like artificial intelligence is kind of like a buzzword these days, but really artificial intelligence, all it is, it's just statistics at the end of the day. It's just sort of statistics that statistical rules that you're embedding into a computer. So a lot of their bigger tech companies now will require data scientists to have master's and PhD degrees, just because of the advanced nature of what they're doing. And that's also why I went back to school and got a master's degree in computer science. Like, it's not absolutely necessary. Like a lot of, maybe startups or smaller companies, if you just show them that you're, skilled with data and, have a very impressive portfolio of projects, oftentimes you won't need a master's or PhD. I think that degree is really only necessary if you want to go into a very highly specialized role that requires that. So yeah, so now kind of getting more into my day job at Capital One. So I've been at Capital One for about 2 years now as a data scientist, and my main, if I had to summarize my role, is I'm building statistical models that approve or decline people for credit cards, and so finance is a very sort of regulated industry, and whenever you're sort of building these models for such a very sensitive thing like credit cards, that a lot of people depend on, you have to sort of be able to follow a lot of very strict standards to make sure that your models are not biased in any way against a particular race or sex, and you have to be very careful when you build them. But also when you do it correctly, you're able to also like give out credit in a responsible way to a much bigger set of people than if you didn't have that knowledge of statistics. So I really enjoy my job. Like most of my job is revolving around building these models in a way, and I typically the end product of my work are presentations and charts where I'm trying to convince someone, hey, like we should make our credit policy more lenient in this way, so that either more people can get credit cards, or hey, we should give this segment of the population a higher initial credit card balance or limit, because we've seen based on the data that they historically pay back their credit on time and don't default on their loans. And so that's kind of an overarching I put here, these are kind of the 4 different main credit cards that Capital One has. I don't know if any of you guys have a Capital One product, or if your parents bank with them or not. But yeah, Capital One was actually the first credit card I had in college, because I think they're more favorable to new students. Like in college, when I applied for a Capital One credit card, I started off with a very low, like $100 credit limit. And Capital One is known to do things like that, whereas maybe other big banks, they don't do that, because Capital One, because they've analyzed so much data on how students perform with credit, they prefer to start them off with a very like small amount, and then based on how you do, our models will be able to say, hey, we can increase your credit line because Mary has paid off her credit historically. And so Capital One is able to make that sort of decision because we've spent years analyzing that data. So yeah, this is kind of get more into the day in the life. I remember in high school and college, I always sort of wondered, like, what is it like to have a job? Like, what do my parents like do all day? Because I think in school it's very clear, what you're doing every day. It's very like you have like a very regimented schedule of like you're in biology for an hour, and then whatever math and physics for like a set period of time. So this is kind of like I wanted to show what a typical day in the life looks like for me. So yeah, now because of COVID, I don't have a commute. So typically my day would start maybe like at around 8 or 8:30, where I leave and like walk to work. I have like about a 20-minute walk into the office normally. But yeah, nowadays, I just wake up maybe 15 minutes before 9 o'clock and then just get ready and go. So typically from like 9 to 9:30, you have like a morning meeting to like plan out, what you're going to do with the day. So I work on a team of 5 people. And so we typically meet every day from 9 to 9:30, and then 9:30 to 12, I'm typically programming, like writing code to either, analyze a new data set, make changes to the existing code base that we have, figure out if a new data source makes sense for us to analyze. And then 12 to 1, typically you'll do like lunch, like a virtual lunch with coworkers. And then maybe like 1 to 2 p.m., you'll meet with other analysts on your team to sort of discuss some of the recent credit policy changes that we had to make. And credit policy here just means, what is our policy for like approving people for a certain credit card? Should we tighten the limits? Should we increase the limits? Data science is a very sort of like collaborative type field where you aren't necessarily always you're not in a silo. You're really working embedded with another team to sort of come to like the best decisions. And then maybe like 2 to 3 p.m. I'll have another meeting with my manager to get feedback on the credit policy changes. And then maybe 3 to 5 p.m. you're sort of writing more code to process the changes that your manager gave you. So yeah, that's sort of what a typical day in the life looks like. It flies by pretty quickly, and I think it's very like intellectually challenging. And yeah, so far, yeah, I've really enjoyed my job at Capital One. So yeah, what does the future of data science look like? So yeah, I put this chart on the left just to kind of show like data scientists are compensated pretty well like in the tech profession, and like there is a pretty strong demand for it in the future. Like I know I got into data science in college because I saw a lot of similar charts to this where they projected the growth of the data science field to be pretty good for the next 5 years. And I think it's going to only continue. So you can see that the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, they estimated that nearly 11 million new analytics and data science jobs will be created by 2026. So I think that's promising. And then even if I guess people don't become data scientists, I think data literacy is going to be something that everyone needs to have in the future. And I think the main reason why is that you can see by this chart, like because of our highly interconnected age, the amount of data is sort of exponentially growing every year. And so you guys may have a sense of this, we're sort of constantly, you're constantly being bombarded by information, either through social media or just being on the internet. That all that browsing activity, all of that is sort of generating so much data for all these companies to analyze. And so it's gonna only continue to sort of be something that even if you aren't a data scientist, that you're going to be able to sort of make sense of all this information. And statistics and computer science are great ways, are sort of great tools that you have in your pocket to help make you analyze this information and make good decisions. So whether or not you're a data scientist, if you're sort of still an engineer, you're still going to need to make data-driven arguments to your colleagues about certain product decisions or any other aspects of your professional life. And so I think this is something that a lot of people will need to depend on in the future. And so I want to sort of conclude with some lessons that I would give to my high school self, talking like, 10 years ago, like what would I have told my 16, 17-year-old self? I remember in high school and college that I struggled a lot with kind of figuring out what I wanted to do. And maybe some of you are going through this. And I felt a lot of the advice that I was given then, which is not necessarily bad advice, was, follow your interests. And I remember in high school, you would sort of take these personality tests to sort of figure out, what career would fit best with your personality. And I think those things are okay to take, but it wasn't necessarily like the most sustainable advice. So one piece of advice that I read from this computer science professor named Cal Newport was be so good they can't ignore you. And basically the insight behind that was he basically looked at 30 years of research into, career and work satisfaction. And he found that across many different fields, there were sort of like three things that allowed someone to be like very a lot of satisfaction with their career. And those three traits were autonomy, competency, and relatedness. So what that basically means was that instead of trying to sort of follow your passion, his advice was that you can still follow your passion, but instead try to really master a skill that is like rare and valuable. And so because if you get really good at something, that'll create autonomy. So autonomy in the sense that you'll be able to sort of choose what projects you get to work on. You'll have a greater sense of independence. And then competency is the feeling of sort of getting better at something over time and like mastery over a skill. And then relatedness was sort of being able to sort of work with, small teams and have like a meaningful impact on others. He argues that these are the three traits that really make any career give you a lot of satisfaction no matter what field you're in. So instead of trying to always maybe chase what your passion is, which could be kind of hard sometimes to figure out what your passion is, but like if you sort of follow what you're already good at and really get good at something, being really good at that one task will sort of create these three traits in your life that will definitely bring you happiness for no matter what. And I think the second piece of advice or lesson I would have is sort of do a ton of applied projects. And I think you guys are already sort of doing that with being in the engineering academy. A lot of times I felt like there was a disconnect between, what I was learning in school and sort of how that actually translated to a profession or a job. And I think the best way to overcome that was to do more applied projects. So you actually have a really thorough understanding of what you're learning in school and how that translates into the real world. And then finally, the three was sort of, I wish I had taken more bolder risks and challenges when I was younger, because I think it's it gets harder and harder to take bolder risks as you advance in your career. And so I think it's much easier to do that earlier in your career, where even if you have a setback, you'll learn a lot from that. Or either like if you let's say you start a new company or, want to do some really interesting research, it's easier to sort of take those bolder risks when you're younger, as opposed to most people think, oh, hey, let me get some experience for a couple of years and then I'll do my own thing. But like really, the longer you sort of delay it, the harder it becomes. And so yeah, those are the three lessons I wanted to end with, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Andra, for your presentation. It was really good. I really like the lessons that you would give to your younger self, especially about the be so good that they can't ignore you. So starting off, if anybody wants to put their camera on and ask the question or put it in the chat, I'll give you guys a few seconds to do that. Starting off, one student asks, is AP Stats a good course to take in high school if they want to be a data scientist?
Yeah, I took AP Stats, my senior year of high school, and I definitely think that's a great class to take. Sort of, the first introductory stats class offered in college was great if you can do that in high school, and that'll get you a better sense of what it actually means to like work with data. And I wish, at least if you do take AP Stats, I would say like also like try to complement that now with like your own like learning project, where you just download data from the internet and try to like analyze it yourself and like see what insights you can draw from it. But yeah, definitely AP Stats is a great class to take.
Okay, so another question we have is, so when working with the data, do you always work with statistics or not?
Yeah, so I would say, statistics is just a way for you to be able to like summarize some data. So for example, like if you let's say you have a classroom of like 30 kids, right? And you have all your test scores. And so you want to analyze, how has your class been doing over time? Statistics are one way for you to like summarize that data. So one statistic you could get is like, the average. So you have the class average on a test score, or like the minimum and the maximum. And so, yeah, statistics is sort of if you want to make an analogy to like cooking. So like data are like the raw ingredients, and like statistics is like the different way you either sort of chop up those ingredients or like process it to sort of make more sense and to cook. If I had to use like a cooking analogy.
Interesting. So what tools or platforms do you use specifically for code and your analyses?
Yeah. So the most common tool I use right now is Python. So there are a lot of different tools out there to like work with data. So I remember like initially and those tools and technologies are sort of always changing. So when I started, I used, Google or Microsoft Excel and like Google Sheets, like a simple like spreadsheet is a great way to first get started working with data if you don't want to like program. But eventually, if you want to work with like bigger and bigger data sets, you'll have to like learn some sort of programming language. So like Python is a great one because you can do a lot of different things with Python aside from analyzing data. I think that's a common one. And then another really popular one is R, and R is used a lot by statisticians. But you can't really, R is purely just used for really working with data. You can't, build any sort of applications with that. So I think Python is a good tool to like start with.
Okay. So as a data scientist, how often do you use data science libraries such as NumPy, Pandas, and TensorFlow?
Yeah, like a great question. I use that basically almost every day, which is why I think Python and like is so good because there's so many open source libraries available. So you don't have to, start from scratch. You can use these libraries like NumPy and Pandas and TensorFlow, and not have to worry about and spend more time thinking about interesting analyses for your problem, or actually like working with the data. You don't have to. So yeah, that's why I would recommend Python as a starting point, because you have access to all these different libraries.
Okay. So as your job involves collaborating with your team and others, have you faced any difficulties regarding lack of communication or miscommunication? And if so, how did you overcome these problems?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I mentioned before how there's sort of like these two different types of data scientists, like type A and type B. So like type A, where like you're doing more analyzing and sort of presenting the results of your analysis to other people. And so because I do a lot of presenting, usually, I'm presenting to someone who doesn't really have a very deep knowledge of statistics. And so that's why it's really important that you also have that domain knowledge, so you can translate what the advanced statistics means to someone who doesn't have that background. So for example, I remember one project I worked on. Yeah, we were working with a bunch of older company executives who, hadn't taken a stats class, probably since high school. So the challenge is, how can you translate the advanced sort of stuff that you learn in school into a way that's more manageable to them? So I think the way you do that is always try to put things in terms that they're used to. Don't try to confuse them with technical jargon if it's not needed, and try to simplify things when necessary. So I think that's always best approach when having those communication challenges.
Okay. So do you recommend data science if you like working with computers and in finance and you like math?
Yeah, I would say, like, if you guys remember that that Venn diagram of 3 circles. I would say like data science is like the intersection of that Venn diagram, and the Venn diagram is like if you like computers, if you like programming, and like building applications, that's like sort of the hacking skills part of it. But also if you are really interested, if you're really interested in statistics and math, like probability, like those kinds of things. And then finally, like, yeah, if you have like a specific area of like domain knowledge, like finance is, I think, a great way to get started with this because there's so much data to analyze. That's how I initially got started in high school. Like I tried trading stocks like on a fake trading account, and like I would try to, I would download data into my spreadsheet, and I would try to like come up with predictions on where I thought certain, like the price of Apple stock was going to go. But yeah, I definitely think data science is a very interesting field if you're interested in all those areas.
Interesting. So as a data scientist, what is the biggest data set you have worked with?
Yeah. So the biggest data set I've worked with has actually been more like on like a personal project. So I was working with, so I mentioned before, data doesn't always have to mean you're working with numbers. It could mean you're working with like text or video, audio or video data. So I worked on a project where we're working with like nearly a terabyte of audio data because I was trying to come up with an algorithm that can sort of predict when people were laughing in a given audio clip and try to identify that. So yeah, that's why the programming knowledge is also important now, because you can't download like a terabyte worth of data into Excel or like some of these other platforms. So if you want to work with bigger data sets, typically you'll have to use a programming language like Python to be able to work with them.
Okay. So what kind of resources have you used to help you in data science?
Yeah, no worries. No, it's so the main resources, like at least when you're starting out, like I used Coursera and Udacity a lot. So initially when in college, I was taking a lot of finance classes, and I knew I wanted to get more exposure to like computer science and statistics. So I just started taking classes on Coursera and Udacity. Udacity is really good because I would recommend that more than Coursera because Udacity has more sort of applied projects that you work on. So it's not just maybe it's not just that you are, watching a bunch of content and then sort of answering multiple choice questions. Like Udacity actually has you, download data with Python and like analyze it. They have more applied exercises. So you get a better understanding of like what the actual work looks like. But yeah, I think everything, a lot of the knowledge is like online on those 2 websites, or even just the internet generally.
Okay. So do most data scientists use AI or ML architecture in some way or another?
Yeah, so I think, so for example, like right now in my current job as a data scientist, so because there's so many different types of data scientists and the field does advance pretty quickly, like when you say like ML architecture, like, so for example, we are using machine learning models right now to sort of be able to sort of predict, whether someone is too risky or not to give a credit card. So I would say, yeah, most data scientists are using machine learning in their work. And yeah, I guess going back to machine learning is sort of also another sort of new fancy buzzword in the past 5 to 10 years. And at the end of the day, yeah, it does come back to sort of like the applied statistics part of it. And so, yeah, I think a lot of data scientists are expected to have that knowledge base and be able to use that in their job.
Okay. So another question asks, what would you recommend to learn for someone who is fluent in Python and familiar with working with machine learning algorithms looking to go into data science?
Okay. Yeah. So I guess the best thing to do, if you're already familiar with some of those tools and have a knowledge of machine learning algorithms, is to sort of work on a data science project. So the best way to do that is to sort of get your hands dirty with an actual data set. So for example, like I mentioned, the finance and stock trading example, and it doesn't have to be finance. I just picked that one because there's a lot of data sets out there. The more important thing now is to sort of, get a data set and try to sort of answer a specific question around it. So typically, if you remember like the slide of the descriptive analytics and the predictive analytics and the prescriptive. So like first you maybe want to start with the descriptive analytics. So like get a data set and sort of try answering some basic questions about it using Python. And then once you do that, then you can try to get into, okay, what is something cool that I can try to predict with this data. Another website that I would recommend, and I can send it to John Reed for you guys to send out later, is Kaggle. They have these data science competitions where they'll give you a data set and they'll like describe the problem that they're trying to solve. And then you're sort of competing against other data scientists around the world where you try to come up with a predictive model and you sort of submit your model and what kind of results you got. And then it'll compare you against other data scientists around the world. So that's another great way to get involved.
Okay, so we have a student who would like to ask a question over the mic.
Hello. Yeah, I actually wanted to say to you. I wanted to say this is a really good presentation. I really liked it. I thought the examples were really good. Because I have a friend who's into fantasy football, and we were talking about how like data science could be related to that, and that's a major he can explore. I'm actually I'm going into college as a freshman this year. Thank you, Elkins, for letting non-Elkins kids join. My question is that I feel like when I was doing research on possible majors, for me, that there is this sort of rhetoric that you have to be the best of the best in computer science to make it. Otherwise, your job can be like outsourced to like third world countries. What is your take on that?
So that's a good question. I would say like people, like for example, the common sort of distinction in computer science is like knowing like specific tools really well versus like really having like the base knowledge of like computer science. So for example, like if you're just like a web developer or like a mobile app developer, and like that's sort of like all you can do, or like like one very small thing, is because you know how to use like iOS Swift or like very specific frameworks, then like I think there's not a risk of you losing your job at third world countries. But like if you're like an actual computer science major, and you don't have to be like the best of the best, there's going to be a lot of jobs where, because you have a much more thorough breadth of knowledge, like you know how to make mobile apps, but you also know how to work with data. You also know how to make web applications, or there's such a broad variety of skill set that you have that it's like, I don't think it's at risk of being automated. But like, that's not to say that like it is it's a competitive field, in that more you are like people around the world, there's a lot of programmers around the world, but like there's also way more jobs than the amount of people that are in there. There's still a huge demand for software engineers and like computer science. And so I think going back to like the point of like trying to focus on, you know, what skills do you think you're good at, and just trying to like get really good at them, and then naturally those jobs will be there if you can show that skill set.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so another question is, if I have a Java/Python background, where would you suggest going to learn other machine learning languages?
Yeah, so I think, yeah, so Java and Python, so I think if for example, Python, there's a lot of very specific machine learning libraries, open source libraries built for Python. So for example, like TensorFlow, like scikit-learn, like Keras, these are all like libraries built on top of Python. I think Java has their own version. And so I would actually recommend just focusing like on just one of those languages. You know, I use Python, but like you don't have to use that. And then just like learning about the different libraries that are available within Python. I don't think you necessarily have to learn an entirely new language. Like for example, like C++ is another language, but like Python has sort of become like the standard now because there's so many open source libraries built on top of it, and that probably will change in 5 to 10 years. There's going to be something else, and it's fine. You'll adapt once people switch to a new programming language. But for now, I think it's less important to like know multiple different languages as opposed to just sort of knowing one really well and just sort of developing your overall computer science and machine learning knowledge with one language, and then gradually over your career as a student and eventually when you're working, you'll pick up on different languages over time. So yeah.
Okay, so last question is, as a data scientist, what is the interaction like between other developers on your team and you?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the interaction typically is, you can think of a lot of data scientists. We're sort of like we're scientists in a sense that like, one developer on the team may be running one set of experiments with the data or analyzing one particular feature. So like typically on our morning meeting, we'll see that, hey, can you analyze this segments of, like, let's say the data set that we have is like the US population and sort of how they've paid off their credit card in the past, whatever, a couple of years. So, we might split up the work where one person analyzes, hey, the entire East Coast of the US and how they're doing, where I may take a different piece, or I might take the West Coast or the Midwest. So typically, we'll sort of slice up the data into different segments, and then each developer will work on that, and then we'll sort of come back together and sort of share those insights. Or we could also split up the work where, one developer, they're responsible for writing the code to sort of get the data out of a database, whereas another person is responsible for writing the code that filters or cleans up the data. So you can sort of split it up like that. But typically, yeah, there's a lot of collaboration with developers on the team.
Okay, thank you so much for answering all those questions. And right now, if everybody could please turn on their webcam so we can just get a quick screenshot. And yeah, I'll give you guys a few seconds to do that. Again, please try to turn your webcam on if you have one. If not, then that's completely fine, but please try to do that. Just a few more seconds. I'll give you guys. All right, just make whatever face you want. One more. Again, thank you so much, Mr. Andra, for joining us today. I really enjoyed your presentation, and I hope you guys enjoyed this seminar series. It was our first, and hopefully we get to have more. So thank you all for joining us, even if this was your first day or you joined us the entire week. I hope you guys have an amazing weekend. Bye.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.